You also
MAGA is mutating, and yeah, I think it is. I ran afoul of that. Okay, I'm done with Midnight. It took me a while. I can go back to Classic or TBC. Let's go to Hardcore. There's all kinds of other stuff I want to do. I'm gonna go back in. I don't think I want to do Oblivion if it's gonna crash my shit like it has been. It's Bleach, Kitty. It'll go away. Jesus, Kitty, get off my chest. Sit on my lap. You're not on my chest anymore. You constantly come on my chest. I don't really want you to. Yeah, you can sit on my leg if you want to. There you go. I look how Dennis on Tyke. Why Tyke? I look how Dennis. Okay, so now I want to bomb into Hardcore. Go.
talked with this guy Dave Riley here,
Yeah.
who his ideology, it seems like it's pretty aligned with the this kind of emerging element on the far right. Fuentes associated, bit of a Catholic supremacist as well, and
So he says.
yeah, and deeply anti-Semitic as well.
Oh yeah, that's the main thing. Yeah.
Talk about his ideology and what your conversation was like with him, who's obviously at Idaho based.
Yeah, Riley's okay. Well, I mean, just some quick background on Riley. He's one of the people who came from out of state to kind of be like, this is a place I can kind of move in and do things. And he defines himself as a Catholic, for sure. His original brand was around white nationalism. That's kind of the way he would have, I don't know if he would have said that as much, but he was in discords and stuff like that where they were kind of planning the original Unite the Right rally back in the day. And he sort of reinvented himself as a sort of Catholic nationalist, of the way he describes himself. But he's really centered on the conspiracies around Jewish people. And when I met him in this bar, outdoor bar called Whispers, which, it's like they're playing like, Hearts power ballads out in the lobby, and like it was out on a beautiful deck in this resort in Coeur d'Alene. And he's wearing like a huge crucifix around his neck. Like if it were diamond, you'd think he was you'd think he was like Playboy Cardi or something. He was he's like, everything goes back to Jews, and he is under the belief, this is a place with very few Jews, and he feels like he can really make inroads around that. And on the other side of this is a conflict with a far-right Christian Zionist movement in North Idaho. And I think it's impossible to talk about Riley and his activism without talking about them, because there's a church called Candlelight Church. I was, when I went there, they told me they told us to essentially not pray to Samuel Alito, but they put up a big picture of him. Yeah, no, they was like, yeah, no, there's like a big picture of Samuel Alito. It's in the story. You gotta like squint, but there's like, it goes by really quickly. I blew it up.
Vergonia.
So they put a picture of Samuel Alito, and they're like, they want to pray for him, and they're like, we forgive him for being Catholic or whatever, but like, we hope that this man can, do the right thing in his heart or whatever. And they have a huge Israel flag on the side of the stage. I mean, like monster sized. It's not like, oh, we support Israel with like a little thing. It's just like huge flag. And locally, Riley has been at war with the pastor there, this guy named Paul Van Noy. And it is this conflict between sort of philo-Semitic, far-right, or philo-Semitic far-right church and like a kind of anti-Semitic activism in which everything is centered around the problems in your life that you're having right now. The Jews are responsible for that. And for me, it's so tiresome and awful. I've heard so much of it, and and there are very few Jews in the area. And if you were Jewish, I would want to leave. Like I would not want to be there.
Yeah.
Because it's like, and it's sad. That's sad. We should not have places in the country where you want to do this. Also, the other thing, he's wearing a keffiyeh. He's like, he's really involved himself in like, Palestine stuff. And he tried to relate to me on that because on my mother's side, we do have Palestinians, and, it is the clearest example I can think of, actually, where people have taken the conflict that emerged after October 7th and the genocide in Gaza and exploited it really for their own ends, because this activism does not help the cause.
No, it hurts. It's just it almost is. It would be.
Turd in the punch bowl is what Alex Jones calls that
yeah, it would if like the deep state was trying to discredit the pro-Palestine movement, they would elevate guys like this, Nazis wearing keffiyehs. It's really disgusting.
Yeah, and I don't see anybody, around him on his side advocating that North Idaho become a place where we take in a bunch of Arab refugees. I don't see that, right? It's like we'll let everybody die there so we can blame Israel for this, and we can continue to punish the Jews at home. I don't see anybody be like, oh, well, how do we help them? How can I relate to them personally? You don't really see that.
What do you require?
So yeah, I mean, this environment is not healthy for anybody who is a so-called normie, whether you're the type of person who voted for Mitt Romney in 2012. I had to think for a second. It was 2012 when Mitt Romney was a while ago. Most of these people did, right? So this is not healthy. It's not healthy psychologically for people. I mean, having covered this material for a long time, it's taken a toll on me, really.
Yeah.
I know how difficult it can be to like kind of live in this world where you're hearing this stuff all the time. And that's what a lot of people are subjected to in Coeur d'Alene and North Idaho and in rural places all around the country where whites are a majority, where Republicans dominate, and there's very little opposition. Trumpism has started to mutate. And that is essentially what this story is about.
On the topic of that mutation, how have the Epstein revelations impacted some of these guys? I mean, I would imagine that for the anti-Semitic white nationalists, they have opinions about Jeffrey Epstein that are pretty anti-Jewish, but also their God King, Donald Trump, is heavily implicated in it, and the cover-up has been so brazen and obvious. Like, has it caused any dissonance in their minds?
That's really funny that you mentioned that, because I was called to speak for a class at Columbia yesterday, and the topic was something else, and then they're like at the last minute, be like, "Do you mind talking about Epstein instead?" Which is just like everybody. It is the dominant. It's the dominant story right now. It really is. And I think broadly, what I would say, you can imagine what some of the folks on Riley's side would say about Epstein without you don't need to even look it up. You just already know. Right. You've already intimated it in the question. I think what is happening to Trump's base broadly, and I think this is like, just to kind of, stand back a little bit, is that the core, it remains unmoved, but we are seeing like a little bit of, if you ever see like a wound, which is a good way to describe the MAGA base, but like, when it's like it heals over time, you see like the edges, the center is still like tender for a while,
Right.
but the edges start to fade a little bit. That is kind of like what's happening, I think, a little bit. And it's too early to say that MAGA is done or something because of the Epstein things, but I've never seen anything quite as damaging as this. And I think there is sadly a strong anti-Semitic conspiratorial base within the base.
Yeah.
And Trump's failure to respond. If you recall, he had that there was that Wall Street Journal thing with the drawing, right, and stuff like that. The first reaction to that was just kind of like, oh, people draw anything or whatever. It was just like,
It's fake. It's fake.
La 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 la. I don't hear it.
I think his son went on TV and said that, my
dad doesn't even like to draw.
My dad doesn't even like to draw. He only draws buildings or something like that.
Yeah,
so
but
dumb.
You couldn't shake the suggestion that the drawing the breast was very small and like it looked, it just didn't look great. And you can't prove anything with that, but it didn't look great. And even though the first response was kind of like, oh, I don't see no evil here, no evil. I do think it started to penetrate there. And then over time, as it became clear that he really was trying to keep this stuff out and there's so much of it, I really do think it's impacting people. And the best thing.
It was just a quick glitch, but you just said Bannon and Epstein's correspondence.
Yeah, I think Bannon is a really good example of this because this is a guy who essentially, you could write a version, you could, argue a version of this in which Bannon himself created MAGA, right? Like he's so influential and he's so important, and he's been the driver of so many events over the years, including things like the January 6th stuff and everything like that. And you have people publicly, I mean, Elon Musk, who is in the files himself, kind of blaming Bannon and trying to say trying to scapegoat him. And, I think it's a way to distance himself from it. And, of course, but you have like regular guys like in the movie, like calling for Bannon and, to be cast aside. And it's bad because people who work with Bannon are being hounded online. You see people like Jack Posobiec, who works for, appears regularly on his War Room show. Like people in his replies are saying things like, you associate yourself with Steve Bannon, like we don't want you. So this discord does not seem like something that is easily repaired and put together. That doesn't mean that MAGA isn't still incredibly powerful. I think it very much is. But and locally in Idaho, I mean, you're going to feel those type of things over there too. There's a kind of paranoia around these things. Like some people are listening to Nick Fuentes, and Nick Fuentes is telling you, I don't want to vote for that. I don't want to vote for that anymore. No one should vote for this party anymore. That has huge reverberation because Riley and his ilk, they really look up to Fuentes.
Lastly on this, because we just had an IM, and I'm not sure what Dan the Birdman is referring to, but they said, ask Michael about the Greater Idaho movement. Does that fit into your reporting?
I don't know enough about that to comment. I don't want to say, so I don't want to like do the thing where I like pretend to know enough. So I don't know enough about the Greater Idaho movement to I
don't know anything, so fair enough. But Dan the Birdman, maybe that's a topic for another episode. Michael, thank you so much for your time today. You can read this full piece in Mother Jones, and then of course be on the lookout for your book that's coming up in April, you mentioned?
Yeah, April 7th, Strange People on the Hill. And it's about, if you're familiar with Peter Brimlow of VDR, they purchased a castle, a beautiful historic castle that really should be for everyone. It should be a public park, in my opinion. And they put it on, it's situated on a hill that overlooks this tiny tourist town. And it's about what happened to the people in the town after that, from 2020 to the end of the 2024 election.
Awesome. All right. Well, I'm Michael Edison Hayden, investigative reporter on far-right extremism, co-host of the Posting Through It podcast. You can read the piece in Mother Jones. We'll link to it down below. Appreciate your time today. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Emma. I really appreciate it.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Gotta watch the fall damage now. That is a fall damage death. You might not take fall damage. Yeah, that is fall damage death. Right about here, it's fall damage death if I go over there, so I really have to like watch what I'm doing here. I would normally auto walk this, but I don't need the stealth anymore. Oh, are you gonna attack me? I don't think so.
Hello.
Oh god, you scared me. I
Farewell.
thought you were gonna attack me. Oh.
Well met. Safe travels.
So, maybe I should read about this before I do it, huh? No, don't use emojis. Okay, I'm looking for a quest called The Manor Ravenholt on World of Warcraft Classic. What do I do? Okay, well, so this is a quest, and I can't die here, I don't think. All I have to do is detect traps, I guess, near this chest. You're blocking me. Oops, to pass your right. So I need detect trap. Hi, kitty. You're trying to get on my chest, and I really don't want it. Kitty, you're on my chest. Take my lap. I don't want you on my chest. I tell you every day a bunch of times. I need you to actually, like, recognize what I'm saying. Well, you don't understand what I'm saying, but yeah. Stay off my chest. She's this little avaricious animal. She's half feral, so she likes to sit on my chest because she knows that that's probably the easiest way to kill me is to stand on my chest and try to dominate me. It's like a primal thing. And so she sits on my chest thinking that she can best me eventually, even though we're best friends. Because she doesn't have any loyalty. She just wants to be higher up above me to let me know that she's above me. And it's no, it's like I'm the leader, I'm the master.
What can I do for
Oh
you?
god, you scared me.
Be careful.
Did you meet Milton? I'm doing this in hardcore. Nothing works. Why won't you type, piece of shit? Type. Why aren't you typing, piece of shit? Type. Fuck's your problem? What? Fucking software developers, man. They suck so much goddamn dick. What's your problem now? What's your problem now? No. It's something with Windows or something. There, see? You're so dumb. You're so dumb. Oh, really? Okay, I have to go
For
back.
the Alliance.
But detect traps isn't doing anything. It's a passive. But you say I have a turn in here, but... Take the seal of Ravenhold.
Greetings. Light bless you.
How do I get the seal of Ravenhold?
Go with honor, friend.
Okay, so apparently I need to go back in that cave. I think that was that way. Yeah. And something about detecting a trap on the detecting a trap on the chest. I don't know. It's been so long, I don't remember. Or no, I don't. Or yeah, I did this a long time ago. I don't remember. Wait, is that it? Yeah, that's the chest. We're gonna stand like... Ah! I'm just gonna open it. I'll vanish if I need to. Two beats. Oh, thank God. Oh, oh, he almost got me. I don't like the quest. I don't like the quest. Oh. You didn't warn me about a fucking dude that would one-shot me, you fucking asshole. Oh, okay. So I don't understand how that works. So I've got to wait the timer out in case it goes badly again. I need it to be stealth, and Jesus Christ. I shouldn't be learning this stuff on hardcore. Let's go look at this fucking quest on Wowhead. Fucking stupid. I hate Blizzard sometimes. Turn on detect traps. It's a passive. Do I need to be stealth? He was gonna kill me. This quest is glitching. So I get to abandon this quest, I guess. It's worthless. And I damn near lost my run over it, which is... But I did well. I didn't lose the run. I did as I should have. Fucking stupid. See all this stupid shit that'll get you killed? Thank God I didn't lose the run. Oh, this fucking game. I watch it because of the fall damage. Thank God I didn't die. I hate the developers so much sometimes. The stuff that they choose to do. It's so disrespectful and shitty. You want to warn me that, like, why even give me the quest in hardcore then? It's so stupid. Oh, yeah, I was like, that isn't a cliff, is it? Uh-oh, new Carl Jobs.
Hello, you absolute legends. Back in 2020, the YouTuber Dream was banned from the Minecraft speedrunning community after it was uncovered that he was using a mod to increase his luck. This was a really big deal at the time. It was arguably the biggest cheating scandal in speedrunning history. Dream initially denied all allegations that he had modded his game, even going so far as to hire an astrophysicist to draft a report outlining why his luck was not unreasonable.
No, you're cheating.
Though ultimately, half a year later in 2021, Dream would eventually admit that his game was modded, but without his knowledge. According to Dream, it was merely an accident that he only became aware of after the scandal had come and gone. I made a very in-depth video covering Dream's story, and at the end of the video I came to the conclusion that Dream was more than likely being truthful. Can you believe it? This was over 5 years ago, which seems like a lifetime. And now, all this time later, Dream has come under fire again. This time people are accusing Dream of cheating in the parkour section of the MCC, a regular Minecraft tournament featuring many of the biggest names in the space. And interestingly, the time period that Dream is being accused of cheating in is right around when he was also cheating in speedruns. Parkour is another competitive niche of Minecraft that runs adjacent to speedrunning and PvP. Minecraft is a simple game, but the parkour landscape is pretty huge, with people trying to master a variety of different types of jumps and maneuvers. And Dream was considered by many to be one of the best parkourists in the world, at least 5 years ago when he was in his prime. The main accusation that has really propelled Dream back into the spotlight is the parkour event during MCC 11. And the specific allegation is that Dream was using a macro to automatically jump at the edge of blocks. If Dream really was cheating in the MCC, it would be a pretty big deal. This was just a for fun event, full of really large and successful content creators. Once again, people have resorted to trying to use statistics to prove Dream is guilty. But this isn't as simple as calculating. Examine the recent.
It's funny. He says like large and large content creators and stuff, like they have some kind of power or something. But honestly, when I think of large content creator, but like large and powerful content creators or whatever the way he says it, I think of actors, like actors that have a large amount of sway and money. Now that in some roles is everything, but to me it means nothing. It's like pretty much nothing. I don't care about large creators, you know. Maybe I just don't have a personality conducive to the to the industry, but I like my stuff and I don't care what they think. It's like kind of weird. It's like, I don't know, I've got a different view of it maybe. I kind of wish I was herbalism, because how am I going to get fucking blind powder? Most rogues go alchemist, but I went enchanter skinner because skinning is a really good source of money early, and I like skinning, but I don't know, and if it's my thing, but I think leatherworking would be better than enchanting now, because what does enchanting offer me? A little bit more agility. Leatherworking like removes my problem of not having gear. I shouldn't have sold the light leather that I sold, but I need money for him out somehow. And training. I don't know how I'm going to do this. I'll just have to kill him vendor. Solo self-found is genuinely hard. It's Iron Man. I haven't done Iron Man since I was 22 something. No, 24, I think. 25. Yeah, I think the last time I successfully did Iron Man, I was like 25. That was 21 years ago. Man. And that was back in, back in like TBC, whatever that is, 2007. So that would be what, 13 plus 6? Yes, 19 years. Excuse me, 19 years. I don't know. It's hard to keep track of it.
Cheating allegations levied against Dream and see if they hold up to scrutiny.
Video games should never be taken this seriously, where cheating allegations would ruin someone's career. You shouldn't ever. I sort of disagree with I've always sort of disagreed with tournaments. I think they're not indicative of how gaming actually works. Gaming is like, you go throughout the week, you tune into your console at like 9:30 after dinner or whatever, and you play for a couple of hours till 12 or something, and you see what you can do. And that's over a long period of time. You might get really good at gaming, or really good at Fortnite or something, or really good at whatever. And that person might be good enough to beat you, but the problem is, during that tourney, they might not be good enough. And that's the problem I have with all tourneys is during that tourney, they might have eaten some bad food the night before. They might have had a bad sexual episode. Maybe their wife is cheating on them or husband is cheating on them or whatever. It's sort of insane. Or maybe they're cheating themselves. We don't know. But the problem is maybe, just maybe, you have a Kobe Bryant, but maybe Kobe Bryant's wife catches him cheating or something the night before the big tourney. NAACP or whatever the fucking shit is for the NBA All-Stars Championship or whatever it is. I don't even pay attention to basketball. I don't even know what it's called. I don't even know what the last game in basketball is called. I don't care. But yeah. Ooh, my fishing is going up. Fishing is always a steady source of income. If I could sell the goddamn raw sagefish, it's good for skill up. Every 4 raw sagefish is a silver, and a silver is 1/100th of a gold, and a gold is 1/40th of a mount. So it's like, yeah, so it's not that much fishing to do. But one time I got a 1 ring from fishing in Undercity, and I was able to sell that ring for like 30 gold, and that would be a better way to get a mount, I think, than, yeah, because I was just fishing for food. Like, the raw sagefish itself would be a good way to get my health back without stressing, but I need the raw sagefish formula. Where does Horde get the raw sagefish formula? Dirac Nightfall in Terran Mill, the same guy, vendor. Oh, the vendor's in Terran Mill, is it? Well, shit, we're at Terran Mill. Well, let's go get that and cook this fucking fish. That would be good. Oh, yeah, that's a gray bear. Ooh, free leather. Now, it seems like the camera is a little... Oh, it's because of the target. Yeah, there we go. Well, so we know that I can fish this river for raw sagefish. Like, I like the survivalism. Like, hardcore reminds me of Rust. Because each run is kind of like, you know, it's kind of like Rust. If you don't make it home, you don't make it home. And that's kind of how hardcore feels. I almost lost it right there. I should have researched the quest and saw that hardcore doesn't have to do it, but I'm an idiot. I need to go over and do this quest in Durnhold Keep, but first I want to buy the greater sagefish recipe or whatever it is. Yeah, because what's my cooking at? My cooking is at... Cooking is at 128, so I don't think... I'll have to do the first sagefish recipe, but that's alright. So according to this, the person is... Dirac Nightfall in Terran Mill. Maybe he's in the inn? Daryl Stack. First off, Jeff Code, he's a tradesman. Captured farmers. Ah. Where is Dirac Nightfall? Dirac Nightfall. I don't see him. He's outside that stone building. Ah, here you are.
Be quick about your business.
Ah, very good. Ooh, recipes that I don't have. I can't afford that one, but it's not, I'll probably have to cook the first fish first.
Watch your
So,
back.
smoked sagefish, already known. I already knew these, and I wasted money. Damn it.
I have exactly what
Oh, I
you
could
need.
sell them on the auction house, I guess. This was 15 silver worth of thingies. But I could sell them. I could send them. Raw sagefish delight is 175 cooking. I don't know. Cooking. Clams. Big bear steak. Big bear meat. Yeah, all that big bear meat, I should have kept it. Raw bristle whisker catfish. Bristle whisker catfish. We could do that up to 150. And savory devia delight would be an option. Smoked sagefish an option. Oh, I could do smoked sagefish. I just don't have mild spices. But is he a trainer? He's a cook.
Trust no one.
Where? Okay, how do I get past 150 cooking? How do I break the 150 cooking cap? I can't remember. Is it a book I have to buy? Decilis. Oh no. Oh no. Maybe I can just buy the book from the vendor. Expert Cookbook is called the Expert Cookbook. Okay, so let's go check and see if there's one on the auction house, because that would be faster. It reminds me of Mortal. This is hard like Mortal. It's fucking hard like Mortal. It's not hard. It's just, it's unforgiving. It will slaughter you for 200 hours. No problem. So we come in, we log. I'm going to go to the alt and take a look at see if the Expert Cookbook is for sale. I mean, we could do this and just stay to the road, I suppose. And I could sell the book. How much is the book at the vendor? Gold 50. Isn't it like a gold 50, I think? 1 gold. Go check the auction house for Expert Cookbook, anything at all. Yes, I can get it for a gold 25 markup, which would be safer than trying to go get it. I don't mind paying the gold 25 markup. That's easier to solve than going out there all the way to Decilis. I can get that just by selling whatever I get from killing things. That's fine. I think it's an appropriate time to buy this. Oh, I could bid. I could bid for gold 20. No one's watching this. Cowabank isn't watching this. I'll bid for a gold 20 and see if I get it, and we'll come back. We'll come back to this. How long time left is long? Between 2 and 8 hours. So yeah, by tomorrow I'll have this. For a very reasonable amount. So, that's cool.
To see if these recent allegations affect the conclusion I had previously come to in regards to his speed runs. I really hope you enjoy. Legends, there are a few ways you can make money in this world. You can gamble and speculate and you'll probably lose all of your money. Or you could learn an actual skill, provide real value to society, and get paid. Personally, I think the second way is much better. So if you want to learn a valuable skill that will earn you real money, you need to check out today's sponsor, Boot.dev. Boot.dev is a platform that teaches you how to code, and if you've ever considered being a software developer, this is where you need to go. Boot.dev is simply the best because it makes learning to program as interesting and engaging as it can possibly be. Boot.dev turns programming into a game, where you earn XP, gain levels, and complete quests. There are tons of courses covering a bunch of different languages, and you'll even get your own personal tutor called Boots. Boots is amazing at guiding you to the right answer instead of straight up telling you. Based on my experience at university, I think Boots is just a way better teacher. So if you want a career in programming or just want to learn for fun, click my link in the description or scan the QR code on screen and use code CARLJOBS to get 25% off your entire first year on an annual plan. There is even a 30-day no questions asked money back guarantee, so there really is no reason not to at least try them out. On the 15th of February, the top Minecraft parkourist, Ham Sandwiches, took a look at the parkour section of Dream's MCC 11 performance, a tournament that was held on the 24th of October 2020.
What is the best way for a solo self-found on a dead server in WoW Hardcore to make money at level 28? Oh, okay, so I can cook in vendor. Okay, so that's good. Let's go see. What's in my mailbox? Is it money? Oh, it's strange dust. Nice. I'll just start hoarding the enchanting mats in case I need them. Or I guess I could sell them. I'll sell them. I'm out of money. I'm going to need to send a gold. God damn it. If I could teach her enchanting, she could DE greens.
2020, the exact same month that Dream did his now infamous speedrun streams with increased luck. According to Ham's visual analysis, Dream was using a macro that would enable him to automatically jump on the edge of a block. This would be extremely helpful in parkour, as many jumps require you to jump from the very last possible tick in order to make the distance. And many jumps also require you to jump from the absolute edge in order to avoid hitting your head on a block above. And many jumps are from a position so small that you can only jump if you jump exactly one tick after you start moving forward. There were two main issues that Ham saw. The first was that Dream appeared to be jumping on the last possible tick on every single jump, even simple jumps that shouldn't require it.
Nobody in the fucking universe jumps like that. Like, no, like why are you, like the very last 2x2 there? That's fucking weird. That's fucking weird.
This is obviously risky and unnecessary, because if you end up mistiming your input and jumping slightly later, you'll fall off the course. The other main issue that Ham saw is that Dream never seemed to miss a jump by jumping too late or too early. His timing was essentially perfect. You'd expect at some point that Dream would accidentally press jump too late and run off the course, but this never seemed to happen.
He hasn't run off a single like thing this entire the one run tick there. Why are you running one tick there? Like, nah.
Oh, all three of these I can't sell.
Yeah, he's literally never run off this entire freaking game.
Well, that's not entirely true. He did run off the course twice. However, both times it was immediately discounted and discarded because it was clear that Dream had turned off his macro.
I mean, he's jumped off, but he's never run off. During November, yeah. Okay. That he ran off. Why that jump off? Because it's
fucking
the
cheaters.
He bumps
So
the wall.
dumb.
So it jumps in. Ooh. Wait. You might be onto something. So yeah, here. Oh, sorry. Wait, I gotta go back further. So he hits the wall. It auto jumps. He toggles it off. Then he finally runs off of momentum for the first time in the whole game. Oh my god. Oh, this fucking guy. Oh my god. That's fucking hilarious. Oh, it's so blatant. Oh my god.
If Dream was using a macro that automatically jumped off the edge of blocks, he shouldn't be able to simply run off an edge and fall down. Though in this instance, he obviously did. And here is where we see that right from the very beginning, there was unusually strong bias. Dream running off the edge is clear evidence that he isn't using a macro. But because the conclusion had already been reached, this was being explained away by saying that Dream had temporarily turned his macro off. And the reason he turned his macro off is because he accidentally jumped off the edge when he didn't mean to. It's important to understand and highlight this process of ignoring counter evidence when it doesn't suit your conclusion. Not because it's proof that Dream didn't cheat or is proof that he is innocent, but because it's flawed logic and you should never do it. And as we will see, this bias bled straight into the statistical analysis that was being used by many people to conclude Dream was cheating. The other time Dream ran off an edge was much less obvious. In this section, the idea is to bounce off some slime. Counterintuitively, the idea is not to jump, because if you press jump while landing on the slime, you would hardly bounce at all. However, if you hit the very edge of the slime, it acts like a regular block, meaning that you won't bounce at all. When Dream goes through the section for the first time, he accidentally lands on the edge of the slime and doesn't bounce. But weirdly, he jumps, which doesn't make sense because he shouldn't be holding jump at all. This is strong evidence for a macro, because the macro would see that he is about to run off the edge and will automatically jump. However, the very next time Dream attempts this section, he again lands on the edge of the slime. But this time, he doesn't jump, he simply runs off. which is evidence that he isn't using a macro. But similarly to the last time Dream ran off an edge, this was again explained away by saying that he must have turned his macro off. The world record for this obstacle course is 3 minutes and 37 seconds by the parkourist Sandwich Lord. And the day after the allegations of cheating blew up, Sandwich Lord uploaded a video saying that Dream had cheated on this course. He said that both times Dream ran off an edge, it was because Dream turned off his macro, only to immediately turn it back on afterwards.
Why was he holding space on the slime? In quotation marks, a supposed parkour pro, he should know that you're not meant to hold space on slime. And, oh, well, he hit the edge of the slime, like you said. Edge of slime
listen to them talk about Minecraft mechanics like it's the Olympics.
Well, if he
it's
landed
so
on
fucking
that,
dumb.
what would have happened is he would have just hit the slime and walked off. But no, he hits the edge of the slime and then
It's
jumps
Minecraft,
off
not
of
the
it.
Olympics,
Why would
you
anyone in their
fucking
right
nerd.
mind do that? Like there, he realizes, oh, I shouldn't be doing that. So let's actually, you know, this is a perfect example of what should be happening.
Exactly. It is a perfect example of what should be happening. But instead of being seen as evidence that he isn't cheating, it's the opposite. The solution to this problem isn't that he isn't using a macro, but instead is being used to solidify the conclusion that he is, and that he turned it off. Several days ago, Dream streamed himself playing the course and offered his own explanations to these issues. Regarding the slime, Dream said that he accidentally pressed jump too early.
Slime ball, slime jump. There was a jump where I hit space, right? Like on the edge of the slime. There's VODs, I can talk about a specific one where you can hear me audibly press space, specifically on this one over here, right? On this slime block jump. Like if you pay attention to my VODs, you can actually hear me. You can hear me press space as soon as I hit the slime, right? And it's to catch the ladder sooner. It's the same concept here, like on this jump. Like the reason I jumped on the slime is because I was trying to do this. I'm on the old version, but I'll just demonstrate. Like if I jump, hold space, then I do a head hitter and climb up the ladder faster, right? So the ideal position, I mean, obviously you can just jump, you can hold it after, but the ideal situation is jump, press space like immediately after you hit the slime. But if you hit the edge of the slime and you don't bounce, then all of a sudden it becomes, you know, like
I
jump off the edge.
can't.
That's why I jumped on the edge of the slime. I just was trying to hold spacebar right after I hit slime, hold space, and then land, jump, climb the ladder.
So we can compare the two stories. One is Dream's account, which is that he accidentally pressed jump too early. And the second story is that Dream was using a macro that automatically made Dream jump after running off the edge. Dream then saw that the macro did this, knew it was wrong or suspicious, and immediately turned it off. He then unintentionally hit the edge again, and this time ran off normally, which he can now only do because he toggled his macro off. Then, despite turning his macro off because he thought it was suspicious or wrong, he decided to immediately turn it back on after he finished that section. Interestingly, the second story feeds into itself and inserts evidence that doesn't actually exist. It proposes that Dream knew it was wrong. But why? When Ham watched this section, he didn't even realize what happened, which led Ham to incorrectly state that the next time Dream ran off the course was the very first time.
It auto jumps, he toggles it off, then he finally runs off of momentum for the first time in the whole game. Oh my god.
So
as a horde hardcore player at level 28 at Terran Mill, where's the closest place I can get flint and tinder and simple wood? Oh, general goods? Okay. Oh, Karen, okay. So, Karen.
I haven't got all day.
I love the AI, like, it's like gives you specific answers, which I need. Simple wood, a flint and tinder. And if I'm gonna do it, I might as well get like a full stack or whatever. Oh, there we go. Flint and
Trust
Tinder now can
no
make
one.
campfires and stuff. I'm gonna glance around and see if I see, is there a fire source? Is there a fire source to cook at in Terran Mill? No, not in this era, no. Reminds me of Rust. It's like you have to get wood and fire and flint and tinder. Okay, so I am making a fire. What? Oh, flint and tinder, I didn't buy one.
What is it? Embrace the shadow.
Flint and tinder. Okay, what do we do? I will build a campfire right here. And I will cook fish. And I will use them to get my health back. As opposed to these wild hog shanks. Oh no, it doesn't give back enough health at all. So I should just sell them. That's unfortunate. Well, at least they'll vendor. I don't know. They don't really vendor very well. But it's a money source. I should go back to the alt and send me back the food that I tried to sell because I can actually get skill up off that.
It's not automatically obvious that Dream actually jumped off the slime here. Sandwich Lord also incorrectly stated that the reason Dream turned off his macro for the second time was because he automatically jumped after hitting the wall.
He walks around her again. He jumps over here. He jumps. Why does he do this? Well, eagle-eyed viewer, I'll tell you why he does this. When he collides with this wall, it interferes with his macro and his macro jumps. Notice how he jumps perfectly after he gets around the wall and he gets like the full momentum jump. He doesn't hit the wall whatsoever. And I can actually show you this in a later level. But this is the part where actually Dream turns off his macro because he notices that's wrong, right? He does that jump and he's like, oh, that's not right, you know? I shouldn't have done that. My macro's messing me up on this level. Let me turn it off. I want you to count how many jumps he successfully lands once his macro's turned off. 1. Oh, and it's gone. Immediately. Immediately it's gone. Like, that is the first, like, run jump he's failed in this entire freaking game so far. 5 whole minutes in, and this is the first run jump he's failed. It's the moment he turns off his macro because he realizes that it messed him up on the wall. And now, as you can see for this third attempt, he turns it back on. Why, you may ask? Because 1, he's just running these normally and making them every single time. And 2, more importantly, look how careful he is being around these walls. Like, look at how careful he is. Like, he does not want to hit these walls again. Like, oh my god, like snail's pace.
However, this isn't how the macro would work. If the macro was in use, it triggered because Dream ran off the edge of the block, not because he hit the wall. In response to this section, Dream said that he jumped because he got stuck on the wall and wanted to compensate and get around it quicker by jumping.
How do you explain you're afraid of the cobblestone wall? I mean, you can watch practice VODs of my practice attempts, and a lot of times I will be quote-unquote afraid of the cobblestone wall, like even before that's happened, where I'll go like that, you know? Because you can just, fall off, obviously, if you fuck up. But also, I jump around now, like that's, and also at the time, I think I started doing that as well, but like around then, like jumping around the cobblestone wall. My guess, because it's just a guess, because it's 6 years ago, is just that essentially like I hit the wall, right? Like if I hit this wall, it's going to slow me down, so I'm not going to have the momentum I need to make this jump. So I was like, oh, I'll make up for it by jumping. That's my guess. Or I just fucking fat-fingered space. I mean, doesn't matter. But, and then what happened was, like I got off of the wall before I expected. And so then I jumped forward rather than still jumping when I'm still blocked by the wall. Because I'm still blocked by the wall, then it happens like this. I go around, I make the jump. Versus if I don't get blocked by the wall, then it happens like that and I jump off. And then of course, like I'm gonna be more careful after that because I'm like slowing down because I realize, oh crap, I made a mistake. But what was their defense about you hitting the cobble? Well, their thing was that I hit the cobble, I hit the cobble, it made me jump off, and then I auto jumped on the edge. That was there. Like they weren't talking about the cobble. I thought the same thing as well. At first I thought it was just a cobblestone wall. And I was like, what did you even mean? Hitting the cobblestone wall makes me jump. That doesn't make any sense, but that's not what they meant.
In a different video uploaded to Twitter, the parkourist Kalen echoed the idea that Dream turned off his macro because he hit the wall.
And then we have this stage, still jumping on the edge of every single block, but then he's about to hit the wall and accidentally, oh, and he's auto jumped. That's not good. You can then see it's followed by him turning it off, taking his time, and he's walked off. It's the first time this has happened. Oh my God. You can tell he's turned it back on because he's now taking his time while going around the walls.
Well, personally, I don't see that he turned it off. There is no noise or indication on screen to tell us when his macro is being toggled. And the fact that he went around the pole slower after falling off is pretty reasonable. He had just fallen off and wanted to be more careful. Kalen then mocks the fact that Dream jumped around the poles on his personal best for the course, achieved in November 2023.
It's funny because in his 403 run, he finds a fix to this as he jumps around the walls. Isn't this fucking hype?
Kalen says that jumping around the poles is a fix to the issue of the macro automatically jumping when trying to go around. Though I don't understand the reasoning here. Jumping around the poles is a legitimate speedrunning strategy. It's literally used by the world record holder Sandwich Lord in his world record, and it was used by Sandwich Lord to achieve the world record even before Dream's personal best that Kalen is mocking. So from my perspective, it seems like when Dream uses a strategy, it must be because he's using a macro. But when Sandwich Lord uses the exact same strategy to get the world record, it's not suspicious. Another issue that people brought up is the fact that on Dream's PB, the keyboard sound for jumping is absent from most of the course. As an example, Ant Venom showed that the keyboard sounds were absent during the salmon ladders at the end, but became audible as Dream climbed the steps to the finish.
Hardcore's fun. I like hardcore. I got a different mindset now. I'm not in a rush. I don't care.
Twitter user Discombobulated uploaded a video pointing out when the keyboard sounds were audible. According to them, whenever the keyboard sounds couldn't be heard, it must have been because the macro was toggled on. And when you could hear keyboard sounds, it must have been because the macro was toggled off. At first glance, this evidence seems strong, but when you take the time to look into things, it quickly falls apart. I could say that this is evidence of using a macro, but the reasonable conclusion, if my mind wasn't already made up, would just be to assume that this is the result of inconsistent volume of the jump button and the use of a noise gate. And the keyboard presses are barely loud enough to activate the microphone, so some of the time they will be heard, and some of the time they won't. Now I'm sure it may come across as though I'm going out of my way to defend Dream, or that I'm about to say he's innocent, but trust me, that is not the case. I'm just pointing out the fact that the people who are so vocal about Dream cheating are clearly biased, and some of their arguments are inconsistent or self-serving. With that in mind, let's have a look at the strongest evidence that Dream cheated in the parkour section, statistics. It might surprise you that statistics found their way into this debate, but I honestly think it's a hangover from the last time Dream got exposed. Statistics were the perfect tool for uncovering his increased Pearl and Blaze odds because we know the probability that these objects will drop. The probabilities are hard-coded into the game, so with enough data, we can know pretty confidently if the game is performing as it should. Jumping, on the other hand, is different. This is not about hard-coded probability. It's about skill and technique. However, humans do have their limits, so there should be some expected variance in our performances. So when someone performs in a way that is too unlikely, we can use probability to determine if it's unreasonable. I think the first use of statistics was a tweet by Luna, who claimed that Dream jumped from the last possible tick 225 out of 226 times. She also uploaded a video showing 225 tick-perfect jumps in a row. The claim is that this is impossible. In response, Dream uploaded a short showing just how easy it was to make many tick-perfect jumps in a row.
This jump requires inhuman precision. Or does it? There's a block above your head, which means if you jump one tick too early, you bonk your head and you fall. And if you jump one tick too late, well, you also fall. So like Goldilocks, you have to jump just right in order to make the jump. A lot of people think doing that consistently is impossible, but as you can see, there's footage playing of me in the background with a hand cam hitting 50.
As a level 28 WoW hardcore rogue, do I put crippling poison on my main sword hand or on my dagger off hand? I can't remember. Crippling on offhand. That's what I've been doing. Just want to make sure. Okay, we are going to do Battle of Hillsbrad over there. I'm gonna kill these guys until they're like no longer green to me, and then I'll move to there. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm going that direction. I'm going to Durnhold. Oops.
In a row with my feet both on the desk, just to be silly. But how? I thought you had a random chance to fail based on tick timing. Well, you do. The further from perfect timing that you are, the higher the odds are that you miss. But hitting one tick jumps while stationary is a lot harder to time and massively increases your odds of missing due to randomness. This is the same exact reason why all parkour isn't completely random and you have control over hitting that 4-block jump. If you're a great parkour player and you feel like you can hit 4-block jumps 99.9% of the time, that's why. Therefore, trying to keep moving and getting a running start actually increases your accuracy rather than decreasing it, as long as you have some ticks of runtime before you jump. It's actually why when doing the final stage in Minecraft Championship, I run up the course instead of stopping and sneaking at every part, because despite what it might seem like, timing one key press based on visual cues and muscle memory, the spacebar, is a lot easier than just hoping that your timing is good enough to beat the randomness. You might not realize it, but you are micro-adjusting your timings to match the tick start time based on when you start moving, which helps you rely on your skill and takes out a lot of the randomness.
He even demonstrated that he can make many tick-perfect jumps in a row using his foot. So let's dive into this and see if tick-perfect jumps are as hard as people think. The world record for tick-perfect jumps in a row is 1,361 by Lily. This is a lot more than 225. So on its face, Dream's performance doesn't seem that incredible. But this doesn't tell the full story. Minecraft runs at 20 ticks per second, so the timing window to hit a tick-perfect jump is 50
How is he
milliseconds,
landing on that
which
block?
is
It looks
pretty
like it should
large.
fall.
Top-level geometry dash involves hitting many frame-perfect inputs in a row, with many of them having a far tighter window than 50 milliseconds. So this idea that many frame-perfect inputs in a row is impossible isn't true, especially when we factor in visual cues. When timing our jumps in Minecraft, we tend to use what is being rendered on screen as a reference. For example, we can use the position of the edge of the block relative to the bottom of the screen. If we look down at the same angle every jump, then the relative position should be the same every time. And using this visual cue will make us far more accurate. Using visual cues eliminates whatever luck might have been involved in making a successful jump. You might ask, how could luck possibly be involved? And to demonstrate, we can look at the head hitter jump, which is one method to make a jump from a position that has a block immediately overhead. A head hitter jump involves using sneak to stand at the very edge of a block. Because you're now on the very edge, in order to jump forward from this position without falling down, you need to press forward and then jump a single tick later. Because you need to press jump one tick after pressing forward, this is called a one-tick jump. But many people also call this type of one-tick jump a head hitter jump, even if there is no block overhead.
Tips and tricks to survive as a hardcore rogue in WoW. I'm looking for community tips and tricks and little cheats. Oops. Oh, yeah, there's a vanish macro, huh? Okay. Good. That was a good tip. I see. I just didn't know the ethos.
Head. It simply refers to a jump from the very edge. In theory, the timing window for pressing jump one tick after pressing forward should be 50 milliseconds, but in practice, that's not the case. If we are standing still and not moving, we have no way to know when the tick timing is. We have absolutely no feedback to establish when each tick happens, so this is where the luck comes in. Before each tick, there is a 50 millisecond window, and every input inside that window will be actioned on the coming tick. We already know that we need to press jump around 50 milliseconds after pressing forward, and if we did that with absolute precision, we would make a successful jump 100% of the time. But humans aren't perfect. There will be some variance, and this is where the luck comes in. Let's imagine an average variance of 10 milliseconds either side. This is 1/100th of a second, which is tiny. Without any visual feedback, there is no way to tell when each tick is occurring, So when you do press forward, that input will land in a random position within that 50 millisecond window. This means that 40% of the time, your forward input will land within 10 milliseconds of a tick. And because there is a natural 10 millisecond variance in your input timing, it means that half of the time we will either end up pressing jump in the same tick or 2 ticks later. For example, if our forward input lands just after a tick occurs, and we also just happen to do our jump input only 10 milliseconds earlier than we need to, it will land just inside the exact same tick. This is called a jam, which is where you press forward and jump at the same time. The reality is that humans are not robots, and there will be variance, and without visual cues, there will be a probability of failing every single jump. What visual cues allows us to do is literally see the tick timings manifest on screen. It tells us exactly when each tick is occurring, and we can use that data to pinpoint the center of each tick window. If we are pressing forward at the center of each tick, it means that we can have a variance of up to 25 milliseconds either side of the next input and still make the jump 100% of the time. Without visual cues, if our forward input lands in a random location within the tick window, that same 25 millisecond variance would result in a 50% failure rate. And if you are wondering how it's possible a human can take visual data and calculate the center of a tick at 20 ticks per second, I'll just say that not only is it possible, but we do it all the time. When I catch a ball, I don't need to do a mathematical calculation of the ball's velocity and angle and factor in the Earth's gravity and wind resistance and then calculate where my hand needs to be and at what time. My brain does that automatically and very quickly, and I am a damn good catch. In fact, I couldn't even do the math if I wanted to. I don't even know it. It's just one thing most animals are naturally amazing at doing, which is using visual data to make very quick, complex calculations. And laboratory studies have proven that when people use the motion of objects to time inputs, they are just about as precise as tapping along to a metronome. In a nutshell, whenever we have visual cues, making precise timings is relatively easy, even many of them in a row. But without visual cues, this is where luck becomes a factor. When Luna made her spreadsheet, she included every single jump she thought was a tick-perfect jump, regardless of whether or not there were visual cues. So the data here isn't very compelling. A different report by the parkourers Sociopack was a much better try. Here, they only counted tick-perfect jumps that did not involve any visual cues. And according to their report, there were 69 non-visual tick-perfect jumps during MCC 11. The report also asked several people to attempt many non-visual one-tick jumps and logged their consistency. The best performer was Lily, who achieved a success rate of 92.7%. With this kind of success rate, the odds of getting 69 non-visual one-tick jumps in a row is 1 in 186.
Nerd.
Those odds aren't outrageous. And when we actually delve into the
So
data a little
nerdy.
bit, we can see that many of the jumps counted actually do have visual cues. For example, the report counted 5 jumps in this section, but Dream is clearly moving the entire time. And it counted 28 jumps in this section. Though when you look at each jump, you'll see that Dream uncrouches before each one. The act of uncrouching provides visual data, as regardless of when you actually let go of crouch, that action will only be taken on the next tick. So the visual confirmation of the uncrouch tells you information about the tick timing. Even if Dream wasn't intentionally or consciously using the act of standing to time his jump, he received the information nonetheless, and we can't know how it impacted him. And this is really important to know, because if you get this wrong, it makes a massive difference. The world record for consecutive head hitter jumps in a row is 816 by Asian Life. In order to do this, Asian Life used a visual cue by jumping in place before performing his head hitter jump.
Where is the best main hand sword for a level 28 rogue in WoW Hardcore? Nope, I don't think it matters. Oops. Oh well, I gotta go cook anyways. My damn fire went away. Somebody died here. My damn fire went away. I'll make another one. Cause I got a lot of fish. Maybe they'll sell if I sell a lot of them. If maybe somebody sees that there's a lot of them available, they'll just buy them all out. I don't think so. I better just vendor, huh? I don't know. Maybe like 5 stacks might sell at a set price of like 10 silver each. You never know. It'd be better than not having the 10 silver. If I vendor, it's like, I don't know. Not really worth it. Oh, it's a silver. No, auction is it's like a silver. Vendor is 25 copper a piece. Every 4 is a silver? Oh. Never mind. Maybe I better just sell them, huh? Yeah, they're 40 silver a piece. No. Oh, they are 40 silver a piece. So, never mind. That's actually not that bad. That is good money. You can live off the land like this. Good. So, let's go to this vendor.
What now?
If I sell... Oh, am I out of things? Yeah, I am. These, I have 157. 164 if it's like 5 silver per. That's good money. That will help me towards the mount. And that makes fishing really worth it. So... But I'm also out of spices, so I've got to buy more. Zixil, the Merchant Supreme.
I got what you need.
Yes, enchant boots, minor agility for 10 silver. I'll take it for resale. And a Nightwind belt, but it's 34 silver is too much. Red woolen bag for 5 silver. And earthen leather shoulders for 20. I think I will spend, which is stupid, but I mean, I think that's how I'll make my money in the end. Also need the cooking vendor. I keep spending money, but I'm having fun. I am having fun doing this. I like hardcore. Level 39, not bad.
I haven't got all day.
So we sell this stuff. I will, yeah, we'll send stuff off now. But, oh no, first I need to buy spices.
Hello.
This simple act of jumping beforehand provides a visual cue, and this visual cue helps dramatically. The odds of doing 816 head hitter jumps in a row without visual cues using Lily's documented success rate of 92.7% is about 1 in 500 octillion. So clearly, visual cues are everything. It's make or break. The entire accusation of cheating lives and dies on whether or not Dream received visual data before his jumps. And the reality is that when you look at his performances, most of the jumps they selected as evidence of cheating had visual data. Now, you might argue that certain visual data doesn't help, but at that point you're presuming way too much. The fact is, data is data. And if Dream was receiving any data just before his jumps, then the statistical probability of performing a successful successful jump increases dramatically. In order to worsen Dream's odds, they also included data from MCC10. Though again, the same issues arise. There are visual cues before a lot of the jumps tallied, and Dream also straight up again accidentally ran off an edge, which shouldn't be possible if he was using a macro. This data is completely obfuscated and ignored. I assume the rationalization for doing so is that Dream must have toggled his macro off for that section. In my opinion, the statistical analysis falls short, and there has been clear bias in everything I've seen. What we end up being left with are many of the top parkourers saying he's cheating merely because his playstyle is weird or not how they would do it. In most circumstances, I think the opinion of experts is valid and worth considering. However, as I said, in this particular circumstance, most people who were the loudest to call out obvious cheating showed clear bias and a lack of sound reasoning. With all that said, does this mean Dream didn't cheat? No, it doesn't. In a vacuum, I don't think this is enough information to make an accusation. However, we don't live in a vacuum. It is now time to take a look at a couple of other examples that I think are much more revealing. During MC12, which took place in November 2020, they asked competitors to play the first level of Terra Swoop Force. The level consists of a long tunnel that players can fly through using Elytra. Dream performed really well, finishing the course in 28 seconds. All of his competitors were far behind, only starting to join Dream on the finish line after around 5 seconds of waiting. 5 seconds is a long time when the course was only half a minute in length. Dream's run was so fast, it even beats the world record to this very day. The world record set in November 2022 is 29.1 seconds, which is a full second slower than Dream. And it gets crazier because in actual speedruns, they gather a ton of speed before the race even begins by jumping into the course from a much higher location, whereas Dream started from a standstill. So even with a massive head start providing a couple of seconds of advantage, the best run ever done still doesn't match Dream. The speed Dream got is just impossible, and it's so impossible that Dream himself doesn't even deny it. According to Dream, it must have been a bug.
You talk about the Elytra speed thing. I mean, honestly, like that one, I just think it's a bug or something. Like I agree that I'm going really fast, but I just think it's a bug. I don't really have much to say because I don't know. Like I would just assume it's a bug. Like I won't talk about it much more, but like I really don't think that it would. I mean, obviously I did get first place, but I really don't think it would be that beneficial. Like I was very obviously lucky to even get to the end going that quickly because you could just slam into shit. And I was like trying to slow myself down as I was going. Obviously, it's like a one-off instance, so it's hard to recognize anything.
This is a really weird response for two reasons. The first being that it's almost certainly not a bug. Of course, glitches do exist and they can happen, but when they happen, they generally have random and unfavorable consequences. Let's assume for now that it was a bug. It would have to be a bug that didn't affect anything else in his game or anyone else. It didn't affect the graphics or controls, it only affected the speed of his Elytra. And it would need to be a bug that once it did affect his speed, and only his speed, it didn't slow him down. Instead, it sped him up. And when it did speed him up, it didn't do so in a way that was game-breaking or immediately obvious to his competitors or the admins. Instead, it was only a slight increase in speed, so that not only was it not obvious to everyone else at the time, but still enabled Dream to control himself well enough and to land perfectly in the finish zone. This is extremely unlikely. And the notion that it must have been a bug is also weird, because Dream had already admitted that his game was modified without his knowledge during his speedruns. MCC12 was only a month later, and according to Dream's own story, it would have been before he found out his game was modded. So it's reasonable to accept that maybe his game was still modded without his knowledge. If I were in Dream's shoes and my game was actually modded without me knowing, which caused massive backlash and reputational damage, and then people found oddities in other areas of the game around that exact same time frame, the very first thing that I would assume is that my game was modded. That possibility would be forever ingrained into my memory. But Dream didn't do that. Instead, he seemingly ignored that possibility and claimed it must have been a bug. This seems really weird to me. I think the most likely scenario is that Dream's game was modified so that he had more elytra speed. And with that being the case, we now have two concrete examples of Dream's game being modified to give him an advantage over other players within the time span of 1 month. This is no longer a one-off incident, it's now a pattern. I also looked at Dream's PvP, as there has recently been a lot of accusations that Dream was using aim assist.
By the way, he's just aimbotting here too. I mean, this is obvious, but I can't prove it. It's just obvious. Here you go. You guys ready? Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Stop. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. And he does this like the whole fight, against every fight. So if you guys want to watch the whole thing, then do that. I'll put the VOD link in the description. Here, now you can watch it in full speed since you know what to look for. So now you know. Now you know. This can catch really terrible aimbots. Ready? You guys see it? It's pretty fast, but you can see it if you're looking closely. I wiggled again there afterwards when I was talking. Here, I'll play it again. I'll try and catch it as fast as I can.
Slow
Wiggle,
it down, you
wiggle,
idiot.
Wiggle. See that? That was perfectly timed from me saying wiggle to when it was wiggling. If you guys can see it, you're going to be able to see it forever. It's going to be very hard for you to not see from now on. That is... I mean, nobody can do that. Can you do that? Do you have like mosquito wings attached to your arms that allow you to just... You know? You can't do that.
I looked at a couple of VODs from last year and last month, and to me, it seems pretty clear that Dream is using aim assist. Last year, I looked pretty deeply into the aim community, so I feel like my eye for identifying how well a human can track a moving object has matured a lot since then. And I can tell you that even the best aimer in the world will not be able to perfectly track moving objects that change direction. You will see many instances where the object changes direction, causing the tracker to overshoot their aim. This is not only normal, but it's unavoidable. And yet, when I watch Dream's gameplay, this is something that Dream rarely does. His tracking is impeccable. It is honestly very hard to find direction changes that he misses, and a lot of the time he reacts to direction changes in less than 1/10 of a second, which is well faster than our reaction speed. It's hard to even explain why this is obvious aimbotting. To me, it just seems apparent, which is admittedly not very compelling. So I decided to sanity check my conclusion with Dream's own gameplay from several years ago, and it's very different. Rewind to 2023, and suddenly Dream's aiming is a lot more normal. It's jagged, it's not smooth. He overshoots and then corrects like everyone else. But Dream's recent gameplay is extremely smooth and inhuman.
Yeah, he is cheating. You can see it. I've seen this in bots before.
I also compared it to the player
what
SWAT,
it was.
who is one of the best PvPers in the world, and his aim is once again very normal. He doesn't perfectly and smoothly track his opponent like Dream. There are tons of overcorrections. His aim is a lot more sharp, jagged, and jittery. This is what aim from a top player looks like. There is a very clear difference. In April last year, Dream broke his wrist while sparring with Sapnap, requiring him to eventually undergo surgery. So it's interesting how Dream's aim became much better after this happened. Even after getting surgery in late 2025, Dream's aim in January 2026 is unbelievable. If I were to speculate, I assume that Dream started using aim assist after his wrist injury, which makes total sense. And if Dream were honest about his aim assist usage, I really don't think many people would care. Dream has a lot of fans, he is very important in the Minecraft community. I honestly think if he was upfront and asked if he could play with some aim assist while his wrist was healing, most people would be okay with that. But instead, he seems to be denying it. So now, in my opinion, we have multiple instances of cheating that are blatant. He cheated in his speedruns, which he admitted to. Even if he did say it was unintentional, he cheated in MCC 12 with his elytra speed, and he has been cheating in PvP over the last half a year or so using aim assist. This is important, because as I said, the parkour allegations aren't in a vacuum. This is a person who has now cheated multiple times in my opinion. And with that in mind, let's quickly
wanna set and
revisit
tear
the
a mill. I'm gonna
parkour
stay here a
claims
while.
within this context.
And I'll fly back to Ogremar.
With the context of Dream being a multiple-time cheater, how does this affect my analysis of his parkour? Well, I still think the statistical analysis is not strong enough. I think if you have to make up stories about when Dream supposedly turned his macro off and on in order to fit the data, it's pretty weak. I also still think the audio discrepancies are weak, simply because they also happen on the world record run. But there are other things that I simply can't explain away. There is a section on the course called Fishbones, which you can see the world record holder Sandwich Lord completing. Now let's compare it to Dream performing this section on his personal best, achieved in November 2023. There is something that happens in this run that cannot be reasonably explained. Dream gets stuck on this pole and wiggles back and forth. To make the weirdness a bit more obvious, I will show you a compilation of this section taken from Dream's stream when he was trying to achieve his PB, also in November 2023. You can see that the path is always the same,
That one I think
and
was
there is
human.
a set rhythm to his jumps. But even in his streamed attempts, sometimes he would get stuck on a pole, causing him to wriggle back and forth. Clearly, he is trying to jump around the pole, but strangely, he just doesn't jump. In fact, in every single case that he gets stuck on a pole in this way, he doesn't jump. He never jumps while also getting stuck on the pole. And he also never jumps too late and falls down. The only time he falls down is when he misses the landing. Of all of the evidence I've seen, this to me is the clearest evidence that he is using a macro to jump. Even if he didn't turn enough to get around the pole, he still should have at least jumped, because that's what he was trying to do. He only ever jumps when he runs far enough around the pole to run off the edge, and never, ever before. Now, if this happened once, you could maybe explain it away by saying he hesitated. But we have multiple streams of this, and it happens 100% of the time. To give you an idea about how consistent Dream was, I watched at least 8 hours of attempts between October and November 2023, and I could not find a single instance where Dream accidentally jumped too late and ran off an edge. Yes, 8 hours in a row. This doesn't mean Dream never runs off an edge. When he practices specific sections outside of doing runs, he falls off all the time. He also sometimes runs off an edge after he had already made a mistake and fallen off the course due to bad aim, or his auto jump being triggered by mistake, causing him to jump off by accident. However, in those circumstances, the run was already dead. But as far as losing a run due to falling off because of a late jump input, it simply never happens. This also doesn't mean he can complete the course easily every time, because many of the jumps require not just good timing, but also very good aim. And Dream messes up his aim all the time. In all of the attempts I watched, despite his jump timing being perfect, he couldn't reach the end of the course a single time because he always messed up his aim. It's also worth noting that in October 2023, Dream was doing the Fishbone section much more conservatively. But a mere month later in November, he switched up his technique entirely, this time simply running through without a care in the world. Regardless, for both strategies over the course of 2 months, his jump timing was 100% accurate over many hours of attempts. In an attempt to explain his seemingly inhuman consistency, Dream uploaded a short video explaining how he times his jumps in the Fishbone section, which enables him to perform his jumps so successfully.
So, first of all, I'm smacking my face into the glass pane, right? Purposely every single one, right? Whenever I can remember to, right? And what's happening when I do that is I'm doing 2 things. One, I'm resetting my velocity, right? So like my forward velocity, I'm holding W right now. I'm not moving, right? I'm not moving at all. There's no movement because I'm walking straight into the glass pane. So my forward velocity is getting set to 0. Then if I am walking at like a slight angle, right? I'm getting some velocity towards the edge, right? Just some form of velocity towards the edge. Now, of course, the more angled I am, the more it is, you know, whatever. And I'm also trying to make sure I land as close to kind of the middle as I possibly can, and then I'm doing this. What happens is, if you walk forward and you press A, you can stay on the block, right? So if you're just like looking forward, you're not walking anywhere, press D, you can stay on it. If you're in the middle, press A, you can stay on it, right? But if you pair that with any kind of walking forward, but at an angle, so you're pushing against the block and it's pushing you sideways, and then you do it, you're off immediately. right? So forward, I'm walking forward and I do that, I'm fine, right? I'm holding W right now, I'm fine. I'm fine. But if I had any kind of angle, even like, doesn't matter if it's this angle, this angle, this angle, whatever, right? I'm off. The next tick. I'm off the next tick. So what I do is I'm landing, angling myself, essentially enough to where I know that's the case, then pressing, you know, like landing, pressing, I'm holding W, so I'm just not letting go of it, landing, and then I'm pressing A almost immediately, right? And pressing jump 50 ms after I press A, essentially.
Dream claims that he looks to the left while strafing to the left, which enables him to perform a one-tick timing jump. However, this is not what he does at all. This explanation seems to be plucked out of thin air, and doesn't reflect his runs in any way, shape or form. Even in the same video where he attempts to explain his technique, his demonstration does not match his explanation. Clearly, he does not look to the left when jumping around to the left. He looks to the right, so his entire premise is fabricated. He also tried to debunk the idea that his wriggles were evidence of him using a macro, claiming that he did the wriggles on purpose.
Actually, I'm back on a fresh world because I realized I didn't talk about the wiggle thing, so I just want to talk about that. So you know how I mentioned that whenever you're shifting left, like on the block here, that if you just hold W and press a key, that you'll just fall, right? Well, there's an exception to that. If you're on the far side of the block, right? You're on the very far side of the block, and you do the same thing. Oh, I fell that time, but it's just kind of random. See, I didn't fall, didn't fall, fell, but like it does depend based on the time you hold it. So if I find myself in a scenario where I over jumped or under jumped, so let's say I do this jump and I realize, oh shit, I land here, right? There'd be some wiggling to get myself to the middle, make sure I'm in the middle, and then go. So let's see if I can kind of realize that I'm gonna do it. Been fine so far here. Right? Okay. Yeah, so I actually just did it completely naturally. I wasn't even trying to demonstrate. I just did it on that far block.
However, again, what he explained and what he demonstrated were completely different to what he actually did during his streams. Absolutely everything about this video.
Is there a WoW hardcore pickpocket macro that helps? Ooh, 1 silver.
An explanation completely contradicts his playstyle and what he was actually doing. This is a major problem because once again it shows that Dream will essentially say random things to explain his unrealistic playstyle, even if it has no connection to reality. And if this really was how he does the section, why is it that on his handcam video and the stream he uploaded showing him playing the course, his fishbone sections were done completely different? He did them normally and more conservatively. But as soon as it was called out that he was using a different strategy than his PB and streams, he instantly switched strategies and came up with a nonsensical explanation. It is true that Dream showed himself going through the section several times in a row, but there is a big difference between playing offline over and over again until you are able to chain together several successful attempts in a row, and performing 8 hours of standard attempts in a row on stream while still retaining a 100% success rate. So the fact that this is an offline, clearly edited video where he still actually does fall off the course and concocts an explanation that makes absolutely no sense doesn't help. On Reddit, Dream published a post comparing his handcam stream to his MCC performance, and in my opinion, this is a red herring. I agree with Dream that the MCC runs aren't enough data to prove Dream cheated. And because Dream did use more conservative strategies during his MCC performances, it makes total sense. And I truly don't see any convincing proof he cheated in the MCC events in the parkour section. However, there is a huge difference between playing for 10 minutes during an MCC event using conservative strategies and performing 8 hours of attempts on stream in 2023 and not missing the timing of a jump a single time while using a completely inconsistent strategy. In my opinion, everyone has been distracted by MCC in 2020, but his stream attempts in 2023 are orders of magnitude more suspicious. And this kind of makes sense. Only a crazy person like me is going to go through 10 plus hours of streams from back in 2023. And the only reason I can afford to get away with this is because it's my job. I will get paid for doing the research and publishing the results.
No matter what.
But for most people, they will just watch the streams, not pay too much attention, and then quickly forget what they had just watched. On the other hand, whenever I conduct an investigation, I have the unfortunate task of looking at everything. And when I look at hours and hours of Dream streams, the auto jump in those streams seems to be blatant. Now this I do find compelling. And finally, Dream continues to be dishonest. In his handcam video Dream uploaded, in the description, he said that he hadn't played the course in 4 years, but his personal best was achieved just over 2 years ago in November 2023. And in November 2023, he did multiple streams where he was practicing for many hours. And when he did his handcam stream to prove that he could play the level, he used completely different strategies than what he had previously used in his streams and in his personal best. I have already called Dream out for his dishonesty in the past, and I am flabbergasted that he continues to do it. From what I see, we have 2 undeniable instances of Dream modding his game to gain an advantage in late 2020. One of them he already admitted to, and the other one he still denies for some reason. We also have what I consider to be undeniable aim assist being used in his recent PvP streams, which Dream also denies. for the MCCs back in 2020 during
I
the
can't believe you
fishbone
would cheat so
section, he used
blatantly
the normal strategy.
when
And
you're
the
that high
statistics
up.
for MCC aren't very convincing. However, I definitely think he did use an auto jump macro in 2023, which means that I wouldn't be surprised if he did actually use it earlier in 2020. Though for that specific event, I don't really see any compelling proof, and I'm still not 100% convinced. However, because he cheated so many times in other areas, I wouldn't fault anyone for assuming he did in 2020. So, does this change my opinion regarding his 2020 speedruns? Do I now think it wasn't an accident? Unfortunately, yes, this does change my opinion. And it really sucks for me to say. On a personal level, I like Dream. I've spoken with him many times, so it's extremely unpleasant for me to have to say that I think he intentionally cheated. But if this were anyone else with the same evidence, I would say the exact same thing without hesitation. I cannot let my personal feelings affect my judgment when the evidence is so overwhelming. Especially given that it's my job to try and analyze evidence as objectively as I can and come to a conclusion that people can trust. So yes, I do believe Dream cheated, and yes, I think it was intentional. And to just for the record, I did reach out to Dream to talk to
Other WoW hardcore cheater-ass macros that make Rogue much easier. Oh, there's an even better advantage one. Oops. So... repost, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. See, there's no stealth gameplay like Rogue. I still think it's really good. Somebody should have stolen it and made a better single-player game than Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed wasn't as good. This room's a little dangerous, and I don't need to pull it, so I'm not going to. Going aside places is just too dangerous.
to him before making this video. We did have a conversation and have been communicating regularly, but in this case the evidence is still far too great for me to ignore. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Fucking immolate. I'm in a little danger here because the dot... Let's see if the dot interrupts the bandage. It does. Oh, well. Fucking Curse of Thorns, you're so annoying. It'll last for 3 minutes. They're so annoying. He saw me. Okay, I have to pee rather badly. I'm going to go stealth over here where I'm less likely to get aggro. And honestly, the safe play is to log. Oh, I could get aggro there. I really shouldn't log like on top of mobs really, but safe play is to go way back here in the corner like Dark Souls and think about it that way. That's a good way to look at it. Maybe I can get up on this thing is even way less likely. Yep, and then we log. I'm going to log while I pee, even if it is for 45 seconds. I'm sorry, kitty. Here you go. You ready? Okay, stand up. There you go. I'm not going to make you fall. There you go. Sorry, kitty. I gotta pee. Okay. Now, let's see. Go. Okay. Now. Oh, the ice. Right. I forgot the ice thing. Oh, yes, I do. Go back. Oh, yep. I'm gonna turn this on real quick. Yeah. Before you get on me kidding, I'm gonna turn this on. Hold on. Okay, kitty. So let's put this on me. There we are. And yep. Sorry. Good kitty. Good kitty. I love you so much. You're a good kitty. Oh. Ja, sin space. Alright, we're going out to the farthest one. Approach. Oh, don't sneeze on me. Don't sneeze on me. Jesus Christ, kid, are you gonna sneeze on me? Don't sneeze on me. Poor kitty. Ooh, might make some money here. I was DC'd? Oh god. Oh, okay. Well, that's better than... That's like better than DCing. Oh yeah, I had a whole list like queued up and I lost all of them. Or maybe I was watching them.
Doesn't it seem like everyone hates MMOs? Even the most popular MMO feels like it hates itself, constantly trying to rewrite what it means to even be an MMO, finding novel ways to reduce player-to-player impact, marketing itself to people that fundamentally dislike the nature of the genre, its grinds, its longevity, and long-term commitments. It's all so strange. It's a genre now reliant on people paying money to skip the parts that were the most foundational to them developing their love of it, retroactively disallowing anyone else to form the same bonds they had all those years ago. I love games, I love MMOs, yet I kind of hate them too. I hate whatever this is, and while I don't hate Final Fantasy XIV or Guild Wars 2, I certainly don't like them either. Honestly, I barely even see them as MMOs, maybe as communal collectathons, no more an MMO than these open lobbies that some games have today. You exist together, you might even do something together sometimes, but you're not integrating with one another. influencing one another. What all these people do has virtually no effect on what you experience outside of an instance. Maybe that's for the better. After all, if there's ever been a more frustratingly overused argument for the existence of cosmetics in MMOs, it's the casually regurgitated aphorism, well, it's not like it affects you, so who cares? I'd have to be an asshole to sit here and raise my hand and say, I care. I do. But I do, and maybe I am. I know this is an unconventional way to start another theory-wise video essay where I eventually find an excuse to talk about how much better old school RuneScape is than every other MMO on the market.
Bullshit, you're wrong.
Collectively, we barely understand what MMOs
Old
even
school
are.
RuneScape,
MMOs are porn. We know them when we see them, except when we don't. Because when I see Destiny 2, I don't think MMO, I think Call of Duty World War II loot box hub area. Maybe that's my bad. So to ground what I'm going to try and talk about during this video, what are MMOs? Most reasonably, they are persistent and persistently evolving overworlds that are inhabited by hundreds if not thousands of people simultaneously. They are defined by their continued existence after you log off. Here's where I want to posit an even more esoteric definition. MMOs are defined by impact, not your own, but rather everyone else's. I don't mean that in the Minecraft sense where the world can be terraformed. I mean something grander, impact that affects you, your perception, and your motivations. How the people around you, whether you talk to them or not, fundamentally change your understanding of the game you're playing, how they motivate you to continue playing. That's what makes MMOs conceptually multiplayer. In a literal sense, you inhabit a world with other people, but when something is conceptually multiplayer, there needs to be a spoken or unspoken cohabitation and collaboration. I say unspoken because I don't think an MMO needs to have a focus on group activities, just collective collaboration. And that can be broad as hell too. We're talking open player economies where one person can buy out all the raw chicken and structurally upset that market for a couple months. I'm talking how one person can swagger into a zone wearing the best in slot gear, armor, weapons, whatever, and cause every other person within that zone to start peacocking in an effort to seem cooler. What that person just did has affected you psychologically. Literally, you can just move on, but whatever happened there in that one space in the overworld is the beating heart of the MMORPG. Everything else is fluff. All of the systems that I've talked about on this channel are great, but they are only great in service of that singular thing, a drive to keep playing motivated by other people. One of the saddest iterations of the MMO today has been how players and developers formed a reliance on each other's lack of influence. The less another person impacts your moment-to-moment gameplay, the better. And the reasons for that are the same in perpetuity. You or I don't want to spend a hard day at work only to come home and be griefed by a dick ganking people in Stranglethorn Vale. I just want a quest. I just want to play my game that I paid for, and this person is making that fucking impossible. And unless you, the developer, remove this, I will complain. Unless they are punished, I will complain. Unless I can get back to playing my game, I will complain. So what is your game though? You joined a PvP server, you went to Stranglethorn Vale, you subscribed to a game where PvP exists, and you actively chose to participate in an MMORPG knowing full well that other players exist in your massively multiplayer game. But you're also right, you should be able to pursue your goals ungriefed. I can't just lean back in my chair and say, well, fight back, engage, play, because not only would I also complain, and I have, but because the genre has existed for long enough for all of us to understand that these kinds of frustrating PvP interactions don't always create for successful games. After all, there's a reason why every single large-scale PvP-driven MMO doesn't succeed anymore. But if you want to, consider the sponsor of today's video, boot.dev. If programming interests you, if earning 6 figures as a starting salary seems kinda neat, then boot.dev might be exactly what you're looking for, as it's a platform that teaches you to program, but it does so by replacing boring, dry courses with things us nerds love. RPGs. Earn achievements, experience levels, collaborate in community events, do challenges, and be rewarded with a firm path to a brighter future. For your knowledge and for your wallet. They offer courses for all kinds of different programming languages, from Python to TypeScript to SQL. You'll feel right at home learning whatever interests you first. And if that wasn't good enough, you can explore boot.dev for free. Don't commit to a course until you are certain it's the right fit. That, alongside a 30-day, no questions asked, money-back guarantee, gives you the reassurance that boot.dev is out for your future, not just for your paycheck. If all of this sounds awesome, use my promo code or QR code found on screen to get started with a great discount on a yearly purchase. Now back to the video. I just tried to outline why exactly MMOs can't be. It's why most popular MMOs have done their best to distance themselves from the roots of the genre, a genre as influenced by the ability to grief other players as it is by the ability to pursue your own goals despite that. I've remarked in previous videos on how I think MMOs today have fought back against those older standards by overcorrecting in the opposite direction. Instead of putting a limit to how many times one person can kill another person, they've removed that ability to kill entirely. A baby flushed down the drain of antiquated design with the bathwater. All of this isn't helped by the fact that before, connected server-wide communities helped punish griefers, gankers, cheaters, ninja looters by excommunicating them. It was a punishment enforced by players. It was emergent. But today, when servers exist only insofar as a company wanting your $25 to transfer, that can't happen. No communities form in the ever-expanding amoeba of cross-server gameplay. What's frustrating about this too is that unlike other genres in today's gaming space, MMO fans have a much stronger connection to their individual game. Memories formed from childhood, and for as obvious as it is that their favorite MMO is a shallow facsimile of what it once was, it's better than nothing.
Facsimile,
for as much as I
idiot.
criticize that group of people
Facsimile.
and their favorite game, I also empathize. They are still inhabiting the kinds of connections
Nice AI
fostered
script.
by the genre. MMOs are driven by commitments that are undercut by player desire. In other words, I wholly oppose the idea that you should be able to look like whatever you want in an MMO. I know that sounds like it came out of left field, so let me explain. Looking like whatever you want is often the argument for transmog, cosmetics, the great cosmetic landfill that forms in every game that becomes a collectathon to sustain a need for constant content updates without the effort of designing novel systems. I should look like how I want. Why is that bad? It's not bad, it's game ruining. Aren't we just full of contradictions today? In a roundabout sense, you should never be fully content with how your character looks like in an MMO. That's what pushes you to continue playing. It's a motivator to go for that final set piece to complete a look. It's a visual reward as much as it is a statistical one. While the statistic rewards may still exist, the visual reward and its associated visual progression has long since died. That argument feels untenable though, because I can say that, and I have, and immediately get dismissed by someone who responds with, "Why does what I look like prevent you from enjoying your own visual progression?" The answer is simple, and I think we collectively, intrinsically understand it. But it's an uphill climb to reason because it makes you come off as a douchey buzzkill. Because what you wear does affect me. If everyone had a Lamborghini, then no one would want one. Cosmetic overrides are like Lamborghinis engine swapped with Honda Civic 4-cylinders. While the experience of actually driving isn't nearly as exciting because it's a Honda Civic 4-cylinder, in other words, your stats still suck, you still get to retroactively obliterate the prestige of having a Lamborghini regardless. That look is no longer one aspired to by anyone. That's a buzzkill argument, right? It's so reliant on subscribing to artificial scarcity, communal perceptions of
Scarcity,
wealth,
you
individual
fucking idiot.
enjoyments perverted
Scarcity.
by external values. It comes off as shallow. Why do I care so much about how I look as to no longer see any value in what is objectively a cool-looking armor set just because it's so readily obtainable via a cash shop or whatever else? Why am I so keen on replicating the socioeconomic disparities that plague our real world today? Aren't games supposed to be escapes from the harshities of the world? Why would you want to play a game
Ooh,
where you are
22
as
mace.
second-class a
It's a
citizen
main
as you are
mace
in
with
real life?
bad damage,
Simple,
but it'll
because
sell.
effort is rewarded, especially in a game where it's fun, shorter, and consolidated. It's the same reason there is a not insubstantial number of people who buy every truck driving simulator on the market. What they're doing is living out the fantasy of being a blue-collar worker in rural Arizona. The artifice separating it from reality, though, allows you the unrestricted feeling of being able to step back in a way you wouldn't be able to if your real-life income depended on it. It hones in on the joy of labor with none of the pressures of it. What makes you burn out on a job is feeling stagnant, a lack of agency. Great games, great MMOs give you enough agency to create a joy in labor and a tangible progression in your status. You start out with nothing and eventually become something, an event that doesn't always happen in the real world. But in an MMO, if you are to put in enough time, it's guaranteed. I can only defer to human psychology. There's something in us that recognizes scarcity and sees value in it.
Okay. I'm
I'm
gonna switch on my
Are
sound.
often more important signifiers of value than internal mechanisms. I'm not certain of this, but the older I become, the more
Hi,
I'm
kitty. You can
inclined to
take my
think
lap
that
if you
selling
like.
player
Yes.
power on a cash shop is
Good
just
kitty.
as malicious, if not slightly less so, than visual excellence. How's that for a hot take? By destroying the visual cohesion of a world through upsetting the balance of player progression, actual visual progression ceases to hold much value as well. You become less connected to the world when your giant floating sword made of star metal and dragon shit is dealing the same damage as my flaccid stake of 1,000 truths. By disconnecting external visual value from internal statistical value, you separate the world you inhabit with the ones and zeros that make it function. You shatter the believability of the world, whatever there is left of it, and you're left reaping the benefits of looking like whatever you want in a world that functionally has no value anyway. Values are grounded. They aren't individually determined. They are externally identified and individually justified. You cannot separate the truth of value from your own subjective understanding of it. If everyone sees a table right there and you pretend to not see it because you value subjective perception over objective agreeance, then you're seen as delusional and treated as such. In an MMO where we are commingling with gods, i.e. our developers, we do have that separative power. We can make that table disappear.
Look, there's two of
but the end result is still as damaging. By separating the objective from the subjective, we cease to develop tangibility. Things start to lack meaning. You can boil down the core of every boomer's criticism of the modern MMO through that position. Things don't have meaning because they aren't visually cohesive and externally recognized. It's not that you lack time to play, but rather you are more conscious of how much time you're wasting by playing. That's not only because of cosmetics, but it certainly isn't helped by them. I will eventually make an entire video on cosmetics where I will drum up many of these points again, but in a more fleshed out way. But for the purpose of this scattered topic, this is just one facet of many. MMOs don't really ask for your time anymore. These non-existent commitments of today, the seasonality that I've railed about in many of my videos, are part of why so many modern MMOs aren't able to bring in new players. They keep their existing ones because those are already committed individuals, but new players can't develop those pre-existing feelings and connections because, as ironic and sad as it is, many of the players today that play the current iteration of whatever seasonal MMO you want to think of developed their love of that game when it wasn't as seasonal. It's such a truly bizarro version of unintentional gatekeeping. I saw this tweet by a well-established creator in the World of Warcraft space, someone I know has been playing the game for decades now. where they remarked about how players have gotten old, and that's why they don't have the time to commit to an MMO that is asking them to play for longer than a couple minutes a day. I believe it was in relation to having longer dungeons like those that existed in vanilla in 2004. I thought that was so funny because this person was an adult back then too. The argument that adults today have less time to play an awesome game is not only not true, but it has never been true. Adults played MMOs in 2004. They were the majority demographic. They played them during the housing crisis. They played them during recessions as much as kids did during recess. It's also not true from a gaming landscape. People are playing more games today than they ever have. It's the most popular medium on Earth, which wouldn't matter if games today were, say, shorter, but they aren't. They're longer. Somehow the 100-odd hour Elden Ring sold 30 million copies, but God forbid retail WoW have a leveling experience that lasts for longer than 1/50th that time. Really? I'm not convinced. The better argument here is that adults don't have less time to play, but rather there are more games to play, so you just want to spend less time playing any single one. That's fair. I still don't see it as a justification to destroy the core of what makes us connect with an MMO though. Our connection to the worlds of these games aren't dependent on the stories told in them. That should, at this point, be well understood by most people who play video games. You do not need to have a good, interesting, well-written linear campaign to find yourself immersed and enthralled in an incredible world. You just need personal experiences and time. That's it. It came easier as a kid because you did have more time to play and were less conscious of time wasted. You had less of a perception of time itself. But it's very much still possible as an adult. MMOs have just incorrectly responded to this observation. Instead of promoting further connection, they have defaulted to not providing one altogether. That's why most of them aren't getting many new players, and those that they do get don't develop strict and never-ending bonds with their characters. I think it's worth saying that I'm being general here. I'm not trying to suggest that literally not a single new player has ever started playing retail WoW and enjoyed it in the past few years. Just that the amount of new players is relatively paltry. Want to know the secret reason why I love and cherish this old school RuneScape character more than I do my multi-decade old human paladin in World of Warcraft? Because I've spent more time with them. Blizzard hasn't given me a reason to play my human paladin much at all. I have cherished memories on him. I remember the raids I used to do. I remember being forced to heal Hellfire Citadel and being made fun of by the guild leader's wife for not being a good healer. I remember getting my first cutting edge. I remember logging off for the last time. These are old, nostalgic memories. They mean a lot to me, and I would be sad if this character one day up and disappeared, walked into the digital horizon of my favorite zone, Stormsong Valley, and never returned to my character selection screen. But achievements are account-wide. I have them on all my characters. I have those memories in my mind. The character is a token, a reminder, an emblem. He's not a fixture. I can delete him today and forget about him tomorrow. Hell, I can delete him right now and rename my other max level human paladin accordingly, and virtually nothing beyond my personal knowledge of doing that would change. On the other hand, if I lost my RuneScape character, who doesn't have even half a decade of memories housed in his tiny digital body, not even 2 years actually, I would be heartbroken. His story isn't done. I put thousands upon thousands of hours to getting him geared, to trying to max my skills. I'm not done yet. There's so much left for me to achieve, and not a single character that I would make after would house those achievements. They are his as much as mine. There are probably millions of identical human paladins to my own, but there's only one RuneScape character like this. One that took the same path as me, who achieved the same goals at the same time with the same time investment. It sounds pedantic, but none of my World of Warcraft characters mean much to me, yet I've played on this account for almost 10 times the length of my RuneScape one. They're a blend of seasonal classes and specializations that I fucked around with for a couple months or even weeks or days before getting bored and moving on. There's a flood of advertisements curated by Blizzard aiming to appeal to a level of nostalgia in their older player base. Adventure is calling you home, or something along those lines, and it shows a player character entering the new housing system and placing down objects, relaxing, unwinding after a long day of what exactly? I've criticized WoW's incarnation of player housing as being disconnected from the game itself, a fully instanced collectathon that prioritizes individual expression alienated from multiplayer online features entirely. You can't be griefed in your player-owned house because you are the only one there, unless you invite a friend for some reason. You could be making the digital equivalent of a cosmetic Mona Lisa, and unless you explicitly go out of your way to ask your friends to teleport to you, sit through 2 loading screens, and witness it, it may as well not exist. Your house is lost media. Anyway, these advertisements appeal to nostalgia by working with a double entendre. Adventure is calling you home because now you can have a home in the game, but also because you may be a lapsed player like me and want to revisit a world that you have at one point loved and considered a type of home. It's also a miscalculated double entendre, one that is born from exceptional marketing slang. It's evocative and provocative, but it means nothing. You aren't coming home because you are, once again, interfacing with a system disconnected entirely from your home, which in this case would be Azeroth, the world of Warcraft. The real home, the world, is also not the one you left all those years ago. It's flitting, it's seasonal, it asks you to create alts when you run out of content.
This game
which
is
if
the
you
game
want
I
to play
played
for
20
more
years
than
ago.
like an hour a day,
Hardcore.
you will. It's a collectathon. The content, in this case, is collecting cosmetics and their associated recolors, and then waiting for your weekly chance of getting an actual piece of gear. Adventure in these ads is framed like a character-specific journey. You see what are supposedly player inserts slaying monsters and getting awesome loot. Like in this ad with this Overwatch character looking blood elf using a golden crown like a stand for her tea kettle. But you won't do that. It's provocative, it gets the people going, but it's meaningless. Houses in WoW are cosmetic by intent. You can't make tea and relax because there's no such thing as relaxing in the scope of the game. There are no systems that would ask your character or you to relax, figuratively or literally. I know that sounds stupid, but I hate these fucking ads because they only mean something to people who want to roleplay making tea in a player-owned house that doesn't involve tea. You're not making tea, and you certainly aren't making lonely memories. But let's say you are making tea. Wow, your character is so tired and British, I guess. What did the adventure that made them that way involve? The overworld is dead. There's nothing to relax from because the game itself, other than its top-end rating and Mythic Plus systems, doesn't ask for any level of effort or time from its players. What are you, taking a vacation from your vacation? It doesn't even fit thematically. And yet, all of these criticisms are equally meaningless. People like the housing system a lot. Sure, there are the odd buzzkills like me who point out just how hollow, empty, and antithetical to a multiplayer RPG the entire thing is to ourselves, but this is what the existing players want. The people who had enough time to connect to the game back when it still demanded time are now able to integrate their pre-existing connection through further systems like the player-owned house. But new players...
I get the feeling it's a placeholder for them trying to reinvigorate the game and make it back feeling like the way it used to. And the housing system is meant to be the overall framework for that, and then eventually they'll let us build in the world and do Warcraft. But that might be another 10 fucking years, believe it or not. It might be 2035. It sucks. Like, they're on a slow burn, you know, and I don't really blame them, but... It doesn't suck, excuse me. It doesn't suck. It doesn't suck. It's just, you know, they're on a slow burn. You can't do anything about it. It's their shit to make as they make it at their pace. So, you know. I did not get a lot of XP here, but I did get a lot of loot. Which is cool. That was a silver. There's fish, which is good money. Nice, I have it like... I have some silver. I'm gonna try and kill the Snapjaw because he's only 2 levels higher. Ooh, thick shell clam. Ooh, 10 clam meat. That's good for cooking. He was scary, but I killed him. I got all kinds of other cooldowns I can use and potions and stuff. Something 2 levels higher should have been good for skill up, but I didn't get any. Oh, nice. I'm up to profit now. Oh, I pulled a main hand sword. Oh, no, that's my main hand sword. I was like, did I pull a main hand sword? No. But I did pull a nice mace. I remember mace stun being really good in PvP, but I don't know about PvE. Got half a level, which is good.
By and large, won't. They can't. Better yet, how is it that we're too old to spend 2 hours sweating through a dungeon with a group of players, forging bonds through blood and clashing steel, but what we do have time for is utterly meaningless self-expression in a padded room? That's bad faith. What I just did there is bad faith. Let me try again. There is nothing more systemically shallow than defaulting to a mindless collectathon. The integration of collectathon mechanics requires no thought. The engineers who made the WoW housing system function on such an old engine are wizards. The artists who brought all of these items to life are incredibly talented. Yet the systems designers, or at least the directors who manage their integration, are about as creative as a DeviantArt Sonic OC. A collectathon in an MMO is so easy to integrate because it doesn't require integration. Systems like cross-pollinated skills that feed into one another in interesting ways, items that may upset the economy or sustain it, new bosses that create alternate routes to gearing all require a level of consideration from the designer. How do we implement a feature like this without upsetting the carefully made balance of our game? How do these new features augment the game? If they do they make it better? A cosmetic collectathon though, it doesn't matter. It changes nothing from a systemic angle. You are doing the exact same thing you always were, but now a piece of UI pops up to tell you you've earned a housing item. It's wonderful for monetization. It adds a kind of reward for doing random nonsense, but there goes that cosmetic landfill growing 4 sizes overnight.
Look at that.
Man, isn't it just so easy to design reward space when the rewards are intentionally intangible, housed in an instance of an instance of an instance? I've spent a large portion of this video ranting about cosmetics, and I haven't even released my video on cosmetics yet. When I say that people hate MMOs, what I mean is we all have a troubled relationship with the genre. Anything requires time to breed investment and connection, the MMO most of all. Yet there's this odd situation happening where MMOs have become too accessible, too smooth and frictionless, that connecting to them as a new player is just about impossible. Tell me if I'm the only one who has ever experienced this. You finally try out that MMO everyone has been talking about for years. You buy it or download it, create your character, load into the world, and at every turn, it's like the game simply bores you. It either gives you too much information, too much help, or not enough about random bullshit. It's both treating you like a toddler and a veteran simultaneously. It's a blend of outdated systems and patchwork together new onboarding features, like a band-aid over a broken limb. Nothing feels like anything because you aren't given the time to understand what you should be feeling. Games like FF14 at least place you on a multi-100-hour main storyline defined by countless fetch quests, but if you really aren't engaged with the dialogue, it's like being read a bedtime story by the world's slowest reader. Meanwhile, Guild Wars 2 has a wonderful leveling experience and a harsh stop at max level, wherein your sense of progression is halted in favor of, wouldn't you know it, a collectathon. World of Warcraft may as well not even have a leveling experience, considering it takes a couple hours to quote-unquote catch up and spend the next 6 months standing around the major city looking for party members for a raid or dungeon. Or even better, running brain-dead overworld or old instanced content for, wouldn't you know it, random cosmetics. When do I get to start feeling something toward this game? What part of it should I feel something toward anyway? Is it the leveling? Clearly not. Is it the endgame? The gameplay may be fun, but considering everything resets every half year, it's not like my character experiences any level of long-term RPG growth. Their UI collections grow, I get more mount recolors, but all I'm really doing is ping-ponging between power levels. I don't even get to see a visual growth anymore. These games might conceptually be easier to get into, but it feels impossible to get connected to them. In prior videos, I blamed that on friction, and yes, that's true. When you have too little friction, that's because the game ceases to demand anything from you, and when you aren't demanded anything, you zone out. I'm unsure why some MMO fans even disagree with this, considering every other piece of art on Earth is held to this standard. But I suppose MMOs exist outside of this standard too? It's not like they're made to be fun, they're made to be rewarding. That's why grinding ends up feeling good, eventually, if it's done and integrated well. A few of the best YouTubers in this space have pointed this out far before I have. MMOs aren't good games, not in the traditional sense, not in the way Last of Us is well written, not in the way Sekiro is tightly designed. They don't have great moment-to-moment gameplay, and their progression loops atomize around length instead of quality. And that's true if quality means compartmentalized excitement. If games are there to funnel you between intrigue and action, then MMOs often fail. The best ones do offer those things, but at vastly different increments. The intrigue in a good MMO comes while you're in the shower or laying in bed. The action comes after you spent the past hour running through a zone searching for something to act upon. When they try to dilute those elements or outright remove them to focus in on action in the same way Sekiro does, what you're left with is distinctly not an MMO, just a mediocre action game. That's why I call Retail WoW a bad ARPG. The gameplay is solid, the class design was next to none before it was gutted with the Midnight expansion, yet the itemization is as boring and dry as any other. The way you play is identical to any ARPG. You're filtered between AoEing packs of mindless enemies and focusing on a single boss with a curated selection of mechanics, only to be bombarded with samey loot for your, efforts. Its original nature as an MMO acts as opposition to this, and something Blizzard tries to hide. You can see this in their choice to make other people impact your gameplay as minimally as humanly possible, while staying true to the group content they've built around the game. It's really weird. MMOs aren't good in the same way other games might be. They're good in output. When they follow the actual long-form engagement archetypes that I think are mandatory, are good like going to the gym is good, albeit in a far less healthy way. The process of being at the gym is tedious, laborious, annoying, frustrating, painful, and sometimes really, really boring, especially while you're doing cardio. Yet, after you take your shirt off at the beach and half a dozen people ogle your body, it kind of feels worth it. It feels good knowing that you've not only become healthier, but all those people around you have recognized your hard work. Suddenly, the long days and nights on a strict diet, on a strict schedule, forcing yourself into a sweaty, dingy place has paid off in a wonderful way. The best grinds are like that. Them being restrictive tests of patience creates exclusivity, and exclusivity creates value, and value creates recognized achievement, and recognized achievement creates external motivation. I really think most people implicitly understand this because most people are against pay to win in their favorite games. Pay to win creates an environment where your achievement ceases to be recognized and exclusive because it's undercut by various modifiers. You can't create external motivation when external motivators don't feel fair or in some cases don't exist. The people around you have an influence over you, whether you want to admit it or not. That is the case in our world. You can't exist in it without those around you influencing how you act and how you think. You can't live in a purely subjective bubble of self-reflection. It disconnects you from reality and honestly is selfish. It breeds solipsism. It disengages from the universe. It's categorically unempathetic. While subjective values, personal growth, can be started internally, they are only concluded externally through aligning how you perceive yourself with how others perceive you. All of this is to say, if you want to play an MMO uninfluenced by any other player, then you may as well not want to play an MMO. It's difficult, isn't it? To hold on to a game like a childhood plushie marred by the scars of decades and decades past. Its ears severed and reattached, its body dulled with grime and age. But why is that plushie worth anything? Why is it that its value is those scars? It's like Illidan. The connections we develop with this genre are so intense due to the things people now perceive as its major
10
flaws.
silver.
Time
no.
investment,
Well,
grinding,
yeah, maybe, yeah.
complexity, and depth. I think it's honestly self-righteous to want those things to disappear because you have already connected to the game through them. You may not want to retain features that you now deem as unacceptable when their qualities have already been passed on to you. I think that the reason MMOs aren't growing anymore, despite the medium quintupling in size in just the past decade, is because we've lost those features. When these games are only curated and influenced by people who already love and play them, we start losing their most intrinsic merits. We start considering positive values as negative ones because they only exist as positive to people we no longer are. We hate MMOs, but we also love them because what we love are bonds formed through a type of hatred. And we hate because that tumultuous love has broken apart the genre entirely. It's a living, breathing contradiction. If MMOs are just a collection of long-term goals filtered through simple communal gameplay in a persistent overworld, then why are we so gung-ho on perverting that? You may be a father of 70 children and that prevents you from the kinds of long-term goals you could achieve in the past, but instead of understanding that, accepting that, or maybe developing other goals entirely, you have opted to promote a removal of long-term itself. And if long-term is why we connected in the first place, then we probably shouldn't be surprised that our most beloved, persistent world is a collage of all the same faces.
It was good. It was a great video. I like this a lot. He was great. The MMO Paradox by Theory-Wise. Great vid. I really liked it.
Can I tell you more about the Stop Killing Games meeting? It went pretty well. Met lots of people. Met the YouTuber Does It Play, which is a lovely guy. Really nice dude. Had a really good time in general. Brussels, lovely place. Ate some good food. Spoke to some people. Met the lovely lady representative from the Pirate Party. She was nice. Met some other people. Had some nice food. Did I see the
Pirate
boy
Party.
peeing statue? It's everywhere. I went to go and see the boy peeing statue, and then I saw that every single tourist shop ever sells like everything with the boy peeing on it. You did not expect to watch the entire hour-long press conference. Did a fantastic job hosting. Oh, thank you very much. You've got to keep it aligned. These people were super knowledgeable. So we had a lot of people in the conference who wanted to make a lot of choice and do a lot of things. And I wanted to make sure these guys all had their own chance to be able to talk. Your only problem was how people mashed the microphone. So I've got issues with the technical setup in general. The technical setup took a hell of a long time. Ross was so done. Ross Scott, bless his heart, is one of the kindest people I've met.
Oh,
he
really?
is very generous with his time. He is very direct. He spent most of the time when he wasn't needed to answer questions exploring the beautiful city of Brussels. And he is so done with the political side of this. He just wants to be able to play video games. That's it. Like, the dude is so single-minded in that, in a good way. He's so focused.
Gonna make a lot of money here,
He's
like 100
I
mil
don't care
or
about
something.
the maneuvering. I don't care about the he said, she said. I just want to play video games, and I don't even care if I'm the figurehead of this. I literally just want to play video games. And they say that anyone capable of being elected should be in no way allowed to have that power. Ross is the perfect example of a guy who just does not want to do this in a good way, in a really good way. Ross, he just wants to play his games. That's all he does. He wants to make funny videos, play video games, have a good time, and just hang out with people. That's Ross, through and through. What you see is what you get, and he's very direct. It's like when people are saying, Ross, do you want to be involved in this? He was like, I guess. Do I have to be? Do I need to be? Well, will it help? The question he asked the most was, will it help? Ross would make an amazing president precisely because of the fact he would make a terrible president. Ross is Alistair from Dragon Age. It's exactly who he is. He just does not want to be there, but he will do it if nobody else does it. People said that Ross drew the short straw, and then Ross said, well, nobody else was drawing straws. And that's kind of exactly the attitude that he has to this. He's very chilled with it. So I've got a lot of time for that man. And to quote Half-Life 2, the right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. I said to him the same question, actually. This is where the discussion kind of went to. I said to him, Ross, if you could get what you wanted to achieve, but nobody knew that you were involved in this, would you do it? And he went, that would actually be ideal. That's exactly how it would work. And I think that's the best answer. He would happily live in a better world, even if nobody knew he was the reason that the world was better. In fact, he would prefer
My best
that
friend
nobody
is
knew
like
he was the
this.
reason, so he could just quietly and calmly enjoy the world that he has created. No, he's a he's very funny as well. In real life, he's extremely dry sense of humor. And yeah, very, very kind, very nice guy, very humble. A lot of time for that man. So I think Ross is the exact person that this movement needed. And he is very happy right now to kind of pass, not necessarily power, but pass the responsibility of organizing onto other people. He passed it on to Moritz. He's passed it on to there's a Marrakech something, the lady from the Pirate Party. He has said, right, look, I've done as much as I can. All of it now is political maneuvering. All of it now is understanding the correct choices, the correct way of this and way of that. And he's passed it on. And I think he's happy with that. As in, he's very much done with it. Ross would happily watch
I'm at
the
15
sunset
mil right
on
now. I'm gonna make a
grateful
lot of
universe.
money.
That is a lovely way of putting it. What do I think my role is in this going forward? Just advocacy. I would happily just be an advocate for it. I think what a lot of people praised me for specifically within the meeting was being able to pace the meeting and being able to allow every person involved to speak. Politics is just theatre. There's so much in common between politics and improv theatre. I would like to facilitate the conversations. I would like to set expectations of both the politicians and the players. If I can help set expectations like that, I'll be happy. I've tried to explain this to people. So after the stream, I had a couple of people come up to me and say, I can't believe that stream went so badly. I'm like, no, it went brilliantly.
What?
They're like, oh no, but it wasn't this and it wasn't that and it wasn't the other. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
they,
"Listen,
yeah.
on TV,
On your,
politics
from your
has
point
to
of
be
view.
perfectly polished.
Yeah.
It has to be a performance because you are performing to people who watch TV. In the Twitch sense, in the gaming sense, it's all about being authentic. It's all about being genuine, being real. It's much more important that your audience see
This
you
feels
as real.
hardcore. Hardcore feels more real to me than Valheim. Like, this food, it feels like it fucking matters. Like, cooking this food right now, it feels like it really matters to the fucking future of this character. Like, if I couldn't cook this fish right now for income, I don't know what I would do. I don't know how I'm gonna train. I have a little bit more money than I started with, but it's like, yeah. And while I don't like the idea of selling, maybe I can sell a stack of smoked sage fish for... No, nobody would use this. Nobody would use this. I should just sell it. Like, no, there are no low-level mages. I think I want to level a hardcore mage after this rogue, I think. Because those are hard. They're, like, they're the hard ones.
Be quick about your business.
What do I do? I sell these fish... I suppose I could just stack stuff up and then start selling stacks, you know, stacks of stuff, like just stack. But the bank needs storage, and there 10 or well auction. I could get 10 silver for that. Yeah, yeah. We'll send it off. See if we can get sales of stuff. We'll just start stacking stuff, and the more of something you have, probably the better chance you have of selling it. And I didn't really think about it that way. I was like trying to get whatever vendor stuff I could get. Gems, I think I should vendor because they're no good until jewel crafting. So forgot about that part of it.
What now?
I have enough money now where I can afford food and I can start eating like whenever I need to, which is good. That was kind of a thing. So this is 1 silver at the vendor and 250 on the auction, so I could get more money here. Gonna sell the moss agate for the vendor for silver, but on auction moss agates go for a lot. Let's go sell things through. I like selling stuff on the auction house in hardcore. It really feels like my favorite auction house I've ever dealt with, short of EVE Online. EVE Online's got a really good, and so does FFXI. I should play some other game in the background, but I don't know what. Oblivion Remaster seriously crashes my computer. Maybe I should run it in windowed, because it doesn't seem to run well with others. And just turn it all the way the fuck down. Like, all the way down. I was enjoying playing Oblivion Remaster. It's kind of a main in the way that hardcore is a main, so I suppose I should play something a bit more passive. I think FFXI Gil is what I want most, so I guess I'll just craft Goldsmith. Or, well, I could just play Beastmaster and try to make money that way and vendor scrolls, I guess. We'll see if I made sales. That's kind of part of it. I like these games. WoW, EVE, FFXI, WoW Hardcore. Did you crash? No, you didn't crash. No. I like that I don't have to pay for any of these except WoW. I could see Hardcore taking up my time this year, and TBC. I could see it. I could see it being like something I focus on this year until GTA 6. Could always play Rust Wipes and do naval stuff. I've been kicked off the Hardcore server. Yeah, but I'll play on PvE servers in the future. I know what'll happen on the hardcore server. I'll just be harassed and offlined. I know what'll happen. I'm done with that bullshit. Done with it. I have enough with that in EVE Online. So let's go see if my alt made sales. Because I can always sell on the alts. I can always sell more on the alts. The alts is, you know, the alts are good. So I send stuff now to the bank. Hardcore is the game I want to play. I know it is. I told myself I wouldn't do this again, but really the real problem is I can't main hardcore. I can't main it, you know? The big bear meat, I don't have, right, here, keep that and drop the recipe, yeah. Now, yes, and then I need to send more, but I need to verify that I don't need to cook bear meat. Big bear steak will take hot spices. Yeah, so we'll go buy a stack of hot spices.
And you,
Hot spices, soothing spices.
beware the
What was that? Oops, gotta keep mining here. This thing's ending, but I made a lot of money here, so it's good. Well, not made a lot of money, but I made, you know, it'll stack up over time. Oops. What next? I will go post stuff, but I need, oh, the fire that I made. Is that still there? Where was that? That was south. Is that fire still there? I can't remember where I made it. I think I made it over here by him. I suppose it doesn't really matter. I can do 3 more bear steak. Bear steak is probably good food, too. Oh, well, just do it. That's fine. I wish I played a rogue in Classic. Although I'm happy I was a healer. I like heals. I got no issue with heals. So I guess we go back out. We're got half a level here, which is good. I've got rested at. I've got rested still. I think I will work. I will take a change of pace here and go work on TBC for a bit, as I'm doing great in hardcore. Although I will deal with my bank. I don't know. I guess it's nice to have a second bank character because I could. Yeah, I ran her all the way to Ogremar, I guess. Bank test. Yeah, bank test. I guess I could use her as a secondary thing. Thinking now that I should drop leather working while I still can get light leather. But no, I think enchanting skinning is a really good way to make money because I can go kill animals and just vendor. I think skinning is a necessary thing. And enchanting, if I want to stand out at all, I better go enchanting because it's the only thing that makes you stand out, like glowing blades and, yeah. Anyways, I keep feeling like I should be stockpiling, but ooh, Silk Cloth sold for like 40 silver. That's good. Maybe we can try to re-stimulate the market. There's a ton more stuff to sell, which is real good. Selling... Shall we scan? No. Yeah, do a full scan. Oh, yep, that's fast. And then... this guy, level 22, I think a normal amount would be, how about 30 silver? Let's try and sell a stack of this stuff before I vendor. One stack of 20. No, do 26 stacks of one. Well, no, do one stack of 20 and sell that for 20 silver. I don't know. One, yeah, one stack of 20 and then 6 stacks of one at 1 silver a piece. Yeah, 1 silver a piece post. 6 stacks of... Oops. Why is that so bad? 6 stacks of... 1. Okay. So that was better. Hopefully those sell. Maybe get a little bit of money off those. A moss agate for $74.99. 5 strange dust. 8 silver worth of lean wolf flank. 5 silver worth, or 2 silver worth of that. Light leather for 66 copper. Medium leather for 1 stack of 12. Linen cloth. Wool I want to just stack up, but I don't, yeah. And then strangled kelp. Ooh, strangled kelp's worth like some silver, yeah. It's worth it to fish those pools. Money in hardcore solo self-found is as good as a game has felt to me in a long time. And I felt this way last time I played hardcore. The problem is I always get drunk and die, or I can't focus or something. But I mean, I think I'm better at pacing now. I think I should go buy a Mackinac, but, I made 28, or I made 18 mil, which is pretty good for like AFK. It's not amazing, but it's income that I wouldn't have normally had. And I don't have to go anywhere to just pocket the money. That's one of the really attractive things about it. Okay, I love living in EVE Online. It's actually so good, and I found better settings too. I think I want to try a different tact with Oblivion here entirely. I think I will put the... I want a fresh shortcut, first of all, because this one appears to be broken. Create a shortcut. Properties. Properties. Compatibility. Run this program as an administrator. Apply. Okay. Then drag it down to the bar. For whatever reason, you can't seem to show a symbol on that thing. I don't know why. I thought I could turn the settings up. I can't. I need to run it in low or it'll crash my computer. It's fucking stupid. It literally crashed my computer last time. Oh, did I make sales? Let's go see. Oh, I did. 33K. Got some crystals coming in. I should be working on FFXI retail. Maybe I will pay for retail and drop off Horizon, maybe. Because I don't know. I'll play Horizon for now. Because I know I can get XP parties healing here, and I really like healing. Alright, so we did make sales, which is good. So I will receive, I guess. What can I sell Thistle Tea for? Let's sell him for 3 stacks of 1. Three stacks of 1. See if they actually do sell. Otherwise, I'll just hold on to them. 3 stacks of 1. I want 25 silver. Or, well, yeah, 20 silver I think is a reasonable amount for that. Or I don't know. No, I bought these for... No, it needs to be more than that. It needs to be 50 silver a piece. Yeah, that would be better if they sell it all. That took a while. This game is like crashing over and over again for some reason. Oh, it is windowed. 22 to 42. This is a good dagger, and I kind of wish to buy it right now because I'm scared it'll go off the market. The bid is worth it to me. I'm gonna bid on this Tiger Bane. I don't know. I think I'll be alright. I think I'm okay. It takes a while to load, but when it gets in, it's solid enough. If I keep it in low, it's playable. I don't like the graphics, but I like the combat. I'll buy this game today. I've been meaning to buy this game, even if it is $50. Fucking annoying. I wish I could get it. Well, I could probably get a cheap key. Did you crash again? Yeah, and you caused me a problem, probably. Or no, you just hitched. It seems like it's got runtime issues or something. Where's Skull and Bones? There it is, $6. They're charging $6 for it. It's way at the bottom. New season, but I mean... What are people saying about this? Oh my god. This place is huge. Oh, look at it hitch and crash my shit. Ugh. I've been disconnected. Why was I disconnected? Ah. This version of the game or whatever is bad. Yeah, this is unplayable. I'm just gonna buy this game. I'll just play a legitimate, unmodded, like, you know, playthrough on GeForce Now.
I'm listening. Trust no one.
Okay, so I'm getting rested here.
Then see you as perfectly polished and rehearsed. So to me, the fact that there were a couple of hiccups within the project shows that it was being created by people as best they could right then and there. There is a level of performance to politics, but there is a level of authenticity to actually connecting with people. And that, to me, matters far more. Did I drop the line? That's a great question. I think I did once, and if any of you guys watch it, I was able to get into there the line, "This is Democracy Manifest." I don't know if anyone noticed that, but I did say, being here in Brussels, in the heart of the EU Parliament, and speaking to so many experts and so many political, inputs from either side, this truly is Democracy Manifest. And I hope you guys were able to pick up that was said, because that made me very happy to be able to say. You gotta have some jokes with it. You gotta mess around every now and again. You gotta have fun with it. Will you save us? I won't save you. I will try and get you in the room with the people that can. People like to think that humans are logical. We are not. We are emotional. Humans are emotional creatures. Let me prove this to you. Imagine someone that you don't like says something that you agree with. Part of you will instantly want to disagree with them simply because you don't like them. Part of you will actually reconsider whether you truly do agree with that thing because someone that you don't like has said it. Heartbreaking. It's the meme. The worst person you know just made a great point. Equal and opposite. There are sometimes moments when people that we do like say things that we may not necessarily agree with, but we kind of want to give them the benefit of the doubt. We want to agree with them. We want them to expand on it. Instead of jumping on and demanding an apology or retribution, we say, "Did you mean?" And then we give them a far more charitable interpretation of that. We want them to say the right thing because we like them. So I think and I said this to people, my job in any element of the Stop Killing Games aspect, the most important thing that I could possibly do, and this may not be political, you may not like it, but I think the most important thing that I could do is try to make people like us. I had to explain to people that developers are not the enemy. Because if someone comes up to me and says, "I hate Stop Killing Games, it's a stupid idea, it's going to destroy the industry." Okay, I'm happy to sit and listen to your input. But if you don't like me, no matter how much I listen to your input, you are going to dismiss any of my responses as stuff that you don't like because you don't like me. A lot of my job is trying to get people to come to the table fairly. If I can get people to come to the table and have that discussion in good faith, fairly, I'll be happy. That's my main role. If there's people out there that would like to watch back the Stop Killing Games stuff, where would they find it? They would find it on the Stop Killing Games YouTube page, which I believe is Stop Killing Games official. He wasn't at Parliament, there was a press conference. I was at the Parliament building, but I wasn't in the big parliamentary room. I did have to go through a lot of security checks to get into the EU Parliament. Because there are two things within Brussels. There is the European Commission and there is the European Parliament. And they are different things. The Commission and the Parliament are different things. So, again, correct me if I'm wrong on this. The European Parliament are elected officials that represent the specific interests of countries or, demographics within the European Union. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, it's a complicated thing. So if a country is within the European Union, theoretically, its representative within the European Parliament will be able to argue and put forward ideas and initiatives and benefits that would be good for that country. The European Commission, however, are not elected. They are individuals that apply to be part of the European Commission, and then their application is either approved or rejected by Parliament. So the people that are elected are able to approve or disapprove the people who want to be part of the Commission. Now, the European Commission is, in want of a better phrase, sort of a pressure group for the European Parliament. And from what I can tell, its main purpose is they are checks and balances for each other. European Commission is nominated by Parliament and European Council. Okay, cool. So from what I can tell, it's about checking and balancing to make sure that the other side, and they're not necessarily enemies, it's kind of making sure that they're doing the right thing. Parliament will be kept in check by the Commission keeping pressure on them to do the right thing, and the Commission is kept honest by Parliament being able to approve or disapprove of them. In theory, theoretically. But what we also have to understand is that this does mean that the Commission want to be nice to Parliament, so they actually, get put in the Commission. And Parliament want to be somewhat nice to the Commission, so they don't put too much pressure on them to do stuff. That's in theory. This is all theoretical. What it sometimes ends up being is, and again, not a politician, although I've dabbled. I've dabbled in the political world. Yes, the Commission in theory is the side that checks that nothing is being done illegally, and the Parliament in theory is the one that makes sure the Commission is able to do this. Now, consider this. If you are in Parliament and you are on one side of the political spectrum, and you know that the Commission is a pressure group against you, you will want to put people into the Commission who will pressure your opponents. And if you're on the other side, you'll do the same thing. So the Commission is effectively made up of people who have been nominated and placed there by all different types of the political spectrum in order to make sure that the pressure is maintained on the right place. That's the theory. Hey, we've leveled up. We've got to Westfall. That's great. That's the theory. What it also means is that there are a large amount of unelected people in Brussels potentially making choices for countries that they're not connected to, which of course is complicated. How does GB influence now? Soft representation or some official capacity? Great Britain now has effectively no influence on the European Union at all, seeing as the UK was removed from the European Union. Which is why, when I was there in Brussels, I had to go through a security check in order to be allowed into the European Parliament, because even though the UK is not represented in European Parliament, I was allowed to be there as a representative of an initiative that was being presented by a joint kind of venture of people from different countries. But I was not allowed in the Commission at all. The weird thing was, neither me nor Ross were allowed into the European Commission. I was allowed into Parliament after doing security checks. I was not allowed into the Commission at all. And the Commission is where they spoke to a couple of MPs. They spoke to a couple of the press, which means that both Ross and myself, as relatively eloquent representatives of what the initiative was, both had to sit outside of the Commission. If the initiative goes through, it won't affect the UK. This is the complexity of it. This is the complexity of politics. If the initiative gets, in theory, what it wants, which is the ability for video games to remain playable after the developer has kind of got to the end of life for them, then that is potentially going to be a global thing, which is great. That's excellent. Let me just get some magic stuff up onto people. And I'm going to do this by manually clicking everyone. Okay, we're all good. But what you also have to understand from the political point of view is that there will be people in Parliament who do not like the Commission. And there will be people in the Commission who do not like the Parliament. Which means they will both pick up this initiative of Stop Killing Games. They will work out what the other side wants and then fight either for or against it, simply to prove a point. And that, my friend, is politics. Yeah, the annoying cookie message on websites. Yeah, pretty much. I do think that Europe in general has pretty good consumer rights laws. Yeah, Europe in general is pretty decent with the consumer rights laws. Did we get one guide? Are we cooked, chat? Chat, are we cooked? Oh, guys, you have no idea how difficult it was to remain professional when I was in the Parliament. The desire to just start off the meeting with, chat, are we cooked, was pretty strong. I had to make sure that I walked in there with the energy of, like, a politician. Be like, ladies and gentlemen of the European Parliament, thank you for taking the time to engage with our initiative. It's remarkably... I was tempted to go in there and be like, right, guys, listen, we're fucked up. Ubisoft, we're looking at you. Look at what you've done. You've made Sega cry. We're all very upset. Could have just let the crew exist, couldn't you? But no! Somebody had to be anti-consumer. Now look at Ross. You've given him anxiety. What's going on? As funny as that would have been to open the kind of political discussion like that. Ladies and gentlemen of the European Parliament, if I could direct your attention over to this board, which shows the level of ligma that we are currently at, you will notice it is dangerously approaching D's nuts levels. I could have done that. Would have gone down in history. Could be like, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen of the Parliament, have you considered D's? And they're like, Mr. Hayes, we're not quite sure what D's are. And then I'm like, got him. What was the overall response to it? I think Parliament liked it more than the Commission did, but I think the Commission are still open to a long discussion. I think in general, we are dealing with people who don't necessarily understand gaming, which is why it's important that we have the connection with the Pirate Party, because those guys are just a bunch of nerds. Very important that we just constantly have a bunch of nerds helping us, because they're like, yeah, we get how this is going to go. That's remarkably important. You feel like Parliament is always open for a long discussion, isn't that kind of thing? You'd think so. But you have to understand that a lot of their discussions are also what we call filibuster. Filibuster is where you just keep constantly talking and nothing gets done. Which is why I think I would be excellent in Parliament. You tell me there's a job where you can just talk and nothing happens? Mate, I've already got that job. You want to make me wear a suit and stick me in front of other countries? I'll do that. Parliament is just Twitch streaming, but without the comedy. But you have ethics. Chimera, they are for sale. We were having this conversation earlier. We were straight up having this chat. The amount I care about any individual thing is very much based on how much money somebody is willing to pay me to say the other thing. Now, I'll explain to all of you. If you want to buy my time, that's relatively cheap. You can ask me to review something and pay me for my time, that's fine. But you don't buy my opinion. That's a lot more expensive. Imagine if I used Parliament to advertise gamer subs. Ladies and gentlemen of the European Parliament, thank you for your time and thank you for your gracious focus and input on the matter of the initiative of Stop Killing Games. If I could direct your attention kindly to the bottle in front of me and ask all of you to use code JOSH when purchasing gamer subs, you will then be able to access a 10% discount on the originally listed prices, and I personally believe that that is one hell of a discount. Excuse my language. Oh my God, as soon as we finished the parliamentary live stream, I was almost like, ladies and gentlemen of the European Parliament, thank you very much for your time. Don't forget to like, sub, and ring the bell for all notifications of future citizens' initiatives that I will be hosting. Take care of yourself, chat. Good night, and God bless. And then just stand there. Just wait for them to leave. Sup, MPs? Smash that like button. Mic drop. Well, I mean, we dragged the mic across the table a couple of times, so it would be more like a mic drag. Did I plug the Patreon? If you've enjoyed this Citizens Initiative, then you can support me on Patreon for more Citizens Initiatives. We got any Prime subs? Oh, I see over there. Thank you, Czechoslovakia, for 10 subs. Remarkably kind of you. Czechoslovakia, wait, look. My understanding of global politics pretty much started and stopped in about 1993, where I decided to give up because all of you decided to stop making countries up. Did he really say Czechoslovakia? Listen, I'm going to be real with you guys. My understanding of global politics was pretty much entirely defined by Command and Conquer.
Command and Conquer. Me too. And frankly, I can't believe you said it, but yeah, I believe Command and Conquer kind of shaped my global views too. $3 gigs left. Oh my God. Well, one thing we could do is empty the recycle bin, I suppose. See if that gives me any space. Oh, Once Human is on my C drive, huh? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I need that. I don't think I want that. Unfortunately. Yeah, I will. I'll install. Wow, these clients are so small and old. It's awesome. The Quinfall is 77 gigs and it's on my C drive. That's ridiculous. We're going to get rid of it. I don't need it on my C drive anymore. I found something. Yay. So the Quinfall was good, but I don't... will I ever play it on this drive? No, I probably won't. I'll probably play it on... Oh no, the Quinfall is not on GeForce Now. So we actually want to move it. Properties, yeah, the installed files. 77 gigs, that's ridiculous. Move install folder to F. Move. Oh, update required, I'm sorry. So, update done. That's okay.